have to go live. I'll throw it to you. Just want to make sure you were here.
I'm sending you live now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we're back in the afternoon session. We're continuing on our strategic priority framework, and Wendy Lyons has been guiding us through this. Wendy, where are we?
If we could return to the slide deck, we're on the slide that says administrative priorities. Okay, thank you. So as part of the review process, an effort's been made to delineate strategic or council and administrative mandates. The administrative mandate is defined as the people, processes, systems, policies, procedures, and financials that are required to enable service delivery and the fulfillment of council's strategic mandate. The delineation provides for better clarity on what is strategic and what is operational, eliminating duplication between priority areas and allowing for improved measurement of outcomes. We move to the next slide, please. These same functions are aligned to ensure the success of services we deliver to citizens, businesses, as well as internal clients through transparency of administrative processes, reduction of bureaucracy and red tape, continuous engagement and communication with our diverse communities and establishment of citizen feedback in policies and plans, continuous improvement of processes to improve efficiency and quality of service, ICT innovations that allow citizens to engage with the organization on their terms, performance measurement management to understand progress towards stated goals, and financial strategies to assist us in meeting our goals, our service commitments to citizens, and safeguard our long-term future. While Regional Council is not being asked to approve the administrative priorities, it is prudent to review them as two of the former priority areas, service delivery and governance and engagement, are now merged with two former administrative priorities, service excellence and financial stewardship. Regional Council is also being requested to adopt a recommendation to produce two plans. The 2021-2025 Strategic Priorities Plan to be presented to Regional Council by the CAO on January 12th, and the 2021-2025 Administrative Priorities Report which will come as an information report to Regional Council on the same day. This report, of course, can be called in for Regional Council to discuss. Next slide, please. So the new administrative priorities are our people. Now, our people remains relatively unchanged from 2017 through 2021. The aspirational goal there is the municipality is committed to diversity, inclusion, and equity, and providing an engaging, healthy, and safe work environment. There are three strategic outcomes: engaged and skilled people. People are engaged and have the required skills and experience to provide excellent service to our communities. Diverse, inclusive, and equitable environment. Diversity, inclusion, and equity are fostered to support our people in reaching their full potential. And health and safe workplace. A commitment to health and safety and wellness is demonstrated to our people. Next slide, please. The service excellence, the aspirational goal there statement is the municipality innovates and makes evidence-based decisions to meet or exceed the expectations of the people we serve. So the former service delivery priority area is now merged with the former service excellence administrative priority to limit duplication in planning and reporting efforts. The former strategic outcome of service to residents and service to business are now reflected under the exceptional customer service outcome. So it's now exceptional customer service. Residents and business receive exceptional service provided through customer-centric planning and continuous improvement. The former priority outcome area of innovation is now reflected through innovative performance excellence, which now states current and future needs are met through forward thinking, innovation, and collaboration. Next slide, please. Responsible administration. The municipality enables appropriate stewardship of municipal affairs by being well managed, financially prepared, and community focused. The former priority area of governance and engagement has now been merged with the former priority of financial stewardship to form responsible administration. This merger again eliminates duplication in planning efforts, reporting efforts, and consolidates core corporate processes. The former priority outcome of municipal governance is now well managed. Appropriate stewardship of municipal affairs inspires the trust and confidence of residents. The former priority outcome area of fiscal responsibility is now financially prepared. Finances are planned and managed to ensure sustainability, support growth, and deliver quality municipal services. And the former priority outcome areas of public engagement and communications are now merged under community focused. Residents are engaged in the development of public policy and plans. So I will pause there if there are any questions about the administrative priority areas.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm back at slide 15, and one of the items on there states that ICT innovations that allow citizens to engage with the organization on their terms, and this is under the administrative outcomes. So I've been in the computer industry, Wendy, we haven't met yet. I've been in the computer industry for since longer than most computers exist. And I see this as a thing that is well-meaning, but it misses it from one perspective, and that is it by putting the welcoming people into the ICT's hands. It assumes that everybody has a certain level of technology. And with this one, if we're going to meet people on their terms, ICT certainly has a part of that. CCS, I would say, has a much larger part of that. And from my perspective, it should be corporate and customer services that reaches out to people and does the welcoming of everybody on whatever terms they are, be they technology related or not. So the rest of this looks great.
Just to address your feedback there. So it is the corporate and customer services team manages the service excellence administrative priority area. And so innovative performance excellence is meant to reflect ICT innovation as well as innovations internally to improve service delivery to our customers and internal business clients.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think the other comments in the chat line are mainly referencing Paul's history. Councillor Hensley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My comment in regards to our communications with our public and stuff. As Paul alluded to, you know, we may be technically advanced in some areas, but not across the whole municipality. So I'm kind of hoping that that we still utilize the community newspapers. I know there's one in my areas it's monthly, and I'm sure there's some on the other parts of the municipality that come out maybe every 2 weeks and stuff. But I think it's important that we do our communications the old-fashioned way as well, not just depending on Twitter and on the computer and doing a 2-week cycle. We got to be careful of our monthly newspapers, that we got to make sure we utilize them to the best of our advantage, because we also have literacy issues. Not everybody might be computer literate as well, so we want to make sure we use the other forms of communication that are available to our communities.
Thank you, Councillor. That's true. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just to follow up on the previous two comments around the service excellence. It's great to see collaboration in there around innovative performance excellence. And I'm wondering if that carries through to exceptional customer service as well. You know, one of the things that has been coming up a lot in some of the committees that we've been on, or like, for example, our relationship to utilities, whether that's external like Nova Scotia Power or Halifax Water, and how we can kind of streamline the process for our residents. You know, we're all having a big lesson in what falls to what organization, and it's complicated and convoluted, but if there was some way to make that easier for residents, that would be really awesome. Thank you.
I can tell you that there is a strategic initiative called the Customer Engagement Strategy. So it is about meeting customers and residents on their terms, and that is being led by corporate communications, as well as all other business units in the organization, because we all engage with residents in different ways.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Councillor Lovelace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wendy, I have a question about the pursuit of excellence. And in looking at the process for continuous improvement and trying to understand the linkages between all of the business units in that pursuit of excellence, what methodology are we using from a quality assurance perspective?
So several years ago, at the behest of the CAO, the organization entered into Lean, the Lean methodology, Lean Six Sigma. We have stood up a performance in excellence group called the OPE. They are engaged in improving our processes internally and innovating to with ICT and various business units to enhance the services we deliver to residents as well. Yes, so it's a program, and I don't know what the number is now, but we have many trained yellow belts and green belts in the organization.
Oh, awesome, good. So that's on the administrative end. What do we have from a governance perspective? As far as Lean Six Sigma or quality assurance, is that, are we doing this just from an administrative and operational perspective?
No. So any area of the organization is a candidate for the application of Lean. I mean, you may not use, let's say, the Lean Six Sigma methodology on all aspects of business. It may be broken down to Lean or other continuous improvements efforts, but this extends to all areas of the way we work, with respect to communications to citizens, with respect to how we manage our budget process. I know there's some initiatives going on there as well.
Awesome, thank you. I'm thinking in particular about bylaws, and yeah. outdated bylaws, for example. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Right. And of course, Wendy, we have our regulatory review committee too within HRN that has won awards from CFIB for reducing unnecessary duplication and bylaws. And works with the province very closely, which is another outside agency that we need to work more closely with. Okay, Wendy, where does that take us? I don't.
Okay, we can go back to the slide deck. Perfect. Okay, so the strategic priorities plan was first introduced in 2020-21, that fiscal. It is a public-facing document of HRM's strategic priorities. As last year was the final year of the former council's mandate, it was only produced for 1 year. We are recommending that we move to producing the plan for the 4-year term, with annual reports delivered by the CAO as part of the annual strategic planning process. The benefits of an annual progress report versus the development of a strategic priorities plan every year are clarity. The 2021-2025 strategic priority plan is the articulation of a 4-year strategic mandate for regional counseling, and it's a reference document that people can look back to.
If I can jump in for a second, Tim, you are sharing your screen.
Yeah, make sure, Tim, you answer that email from me.
Okay. It also provides for the provision of a mid-range four-year strategic plan, allowing for congruence with longer-term visions and strategies for the municipality and its communities. It provides for better alignment and forecasting for budgets and fiscal strategy, because we're now planning for 4 years. Progress reports will trend results of multiple indicators. They cannot be incorporated into the strategic priorities plan, not all of them, because it would make it a very lengthy document. By doing an annual reporting process, we can do a fulsome review of not only our accomplishments, but also our results. And obviously, it's less costly and more efficient to produce. Producing such a high-level document does require quite a lot of resourcing. Campus Council is also being approached to replace the budget allocator tool with an online citizen engagement survey. The benefits of moving to an online engagement survey allow us to ask a broader array of questions about services and correlate that information to satisfaction. Gives us the ability to engage citizens in the strategic priority outcome importance. It provides us better demographic information, ability to trend information over time, ability to engage citizens through pop-up events. Although they did not happen this year, we plan to, when COVID is past us, to continue with that. Elimination of duplication as well, and then the effort required in collating the information. I'm happy to report that there are 3,893 responses to the online engagement survey to date, and it will be live until December the 15th. Next slide, please. And finally, Regional Council is being asked to approve the Committee of the Whole Business Planning and Budget schedule outlined as an attachment in your report and these slides. The schedule has been extended to give new councillors adequate time to consider each business unit presentation. And with that, I'm not going to go through all of these slides. I will leave it to questions.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Jane or Jacques, is there anything else on this?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Wendy's done a terrific job and has covered off all the relevant points and the areas that we would like some direction on for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe Hannah, if we could bring up the recommendation slide again, so maybe Regional Council has that to look at.
So are we looking at that today, or are there more changes and it's going to come back, Wendy or Jane?
Mr. Mayor, what we're asking for is the framework as discussed today, and there are some areas that we will be fleshing out based on what we've heard. So these are just really the goalposts, if you will. What will come back on the 12th that the CAO will present will be the individual initiatives that will be used to advance the higher strategic priorities to go forward. So if we could have agreement that this is the framework with the addition of Councillor Mason's Oakham area, that would be great, as well as the budget schedule and the way that we're going to be doing engagement.
Okay, so somebody should put, this didn't go on the floor, I don't think, at the beginning of the last strategic planning. I'll go to Councillor Mason for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarity, the piece that we discussed around affordable housing is attached to the strategic priorities plan, I think, not the strategic planning framework, if I'm getting the language correct, Wendy or Jane?
Yeah, you're correct, Councillor Mason. I do have from the chat your language. It will be added as a strategic priority outcome under the community's priority area.
Okay, So I move that Halifax Budget Committee, one, approve Halifax Regional Municipalities 2021-2025 Strategic Planning Framework. Two, approve the development of the 2021-2025 Strategic Priorities Plan and 2021-2025 Administrative Priorities Plan and associated annual reporting process as amended by the Budget Committee. 3, approve the discontinuation of the budget allocator tool in favor of an online business planning and budget survey. And 4, approve the 2021-2022 Committee of the Whole Business Planning and Budget meeting schedule. I so move.
Second.
Seconded by, who was that?
Lisa?
Seconded by Lisa, Councillor Blackburn. All right.
I think that's, I have nothing further here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I see no other speakers. Do we need to do a roll call vote here, Mr. Clerk?
That'll be done in council, Mr. Mayor. We do not need a roll call for this one.
Okay, well, I'll just ask for people's approval. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That is carried. So we will move out of our budget committee. I'll just ask the clerk's office, we have a separate meeting for the next council, or do we just continue on in the council? I guess we continue on in this one, do we?
We will continue on in this one, but if we could have a few minutes just to get ready for that council meeting, that would be appreciated.
So it is 1:25. We'll take 10 minutes and come back at 25 to 2, colleagues, in this meeting for regional council. So that'll come back in 10 minutes, 25 to 2. April, how are we doing with councillors? Okay. April?
Ian's here. April and Phoebe are just working on a couple things on the back end.
Okay. Can we tell, do we have enough councillors to go live?
I am just checking as we speak. I think we do have quorum, and we are just getting a roll call on our side. We are missing Councillor Austin, Cleary, Mancini right now.
Okay. Councillor Cleary indicated he'd be out for a little bit, so we may as well begin. I'm going to do a roll call again at the beginning of this meeting, just quickly.
There is just a few more minutes just to get the added items ready to go for this meeting as well, but that should be done momentarily. Mayor Savage, it looks like the items are ready to go, and we do have quorum.
Okay, let's go. Okay, December the 1st, we're resuming now, and we're starting our Regional Council special meeting of Regional Council. Before I introduce everybody, I do want to go through the roll call again, make sure that all the mics and stuff are working, but I want to acknowledge Cheryl Murphy, if I could. So Cheryl stepped in as the clerk. I said on Friday that I was at her second annual retirement party, and we're hoping it's not a trend because we think we've got pretty good folks now. But Cheryl, you all probably have met. Certainly the councillors who've been here for a while got to know Cheryl very well. They had a retirement dinner for her, a retirement event. They had a dinner like a year and a half ago, but they had an event on Friday, a very nice event organized by John and Phoebe and April and Ian. And I just want here at council, in the very insignificant chance that Cheryl's actually watching council now, I would want her to hear and see our appreciation of her, but whether she is or not, I wonder if we could give a little round of applause to our dear clerk, Cheryl Murphy. All right.
If I might, Mayor, just also like to recognize Krista Vining, who was really helpful in organizing that event as well. Thank you for recognizing everybody. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, Krista. Okay, just going to run through the list. Make sure you're all here. Councillor Deagle-Gammon.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hensby.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Kent.
Present.
Councillor Purdy.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Councillor Austin.
Here and accounted for.
Councillor Mancini.
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mason.
All present and correct, sir.
Councillor Smith.
I'm here, and Mr. Mayor, really super quick, if I can just acknowledge the volunteers and staff that are working at the rapid testing COVID-19 sites. I spent my evening last night volunteering at the site, learning how they actually do the tests, and also greeting folks who are going to get, something stuck up their nose for a good cause. And it was, a great experience. Learned a lot. Saw some familiar faces, and again, thank you to all the folks who are volunteering and the staff who are running all these sites all over the province to make sure that we get testing going. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Councillor Cleary, I think, will join us in a bit. Councillor Morse.
Here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Cuttle.
Here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Stoddard.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lovelace.
I'm present. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn.
Here and ready for round two.
Councillor Russell.
Here and wonderful Lower Sackville, Mr. Mayor.
And Deputy Mayor.
Still here.
All right. I know we don't do the announcements and acknowledgements, but I want to just acknowledge the significance of December the 6th in the history of Halifax, which will be coming up on Sunday. The Halifax explosion, obviously, along with everything else, it's the commemoration of that would be greatly reduced. Councillor Smith from the North End and myself have our own way that we will acknowledge that. But I know we all recognize the significance of December the 6th, the Halifax explosion of 1917, on the history of Halifax, the tragedy and the resilience. And of course, as Councillor Hensby would well know, we don't light up the tree, or we don't light up City Hall on December the 6th. In honor of that, every other night we'll have the show going on over here. And I know that there are many other shows. I know Councillor Mancini wants to talk about Shuby, and I know that Councillor Austin wants to talk about Dartmouth, and Councillor Mason wants to talk about Peace and Reconciliation Park, and all the councillors have events that people are trying to make Christmas events, and we appreciate that. I would, virtual event, yes, that we're doing for, anyway, I don't know if anybody else very quickly wanted to, if I missed something that has to be said about Christmas in your community, I would give that opportunity now. Councillor Lovelace indicates it's also the National Day for Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. That's something that we've commemorated here at City Hall as well. Councillor.
Yes, and I would just like to let folks know that on December the 5th on the St. Margaret's Bay Rails to Trails, a bench will be dedicated to Paula Gallant starting at 11 o'clock. And it's over by the dam, not far from the Bike and Bean. I'm sure for everyone who's been on that trail knows where that is. So everyone's welcome, socially distanced, of course, to remember Paula. Thank you.
Thank you. Today, by the way, is the Unity Day in solidarity for AIDS and the Red Ribbon for World AIDS Day. Councillor Eagle-Gem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of acknowledgements, I would like to say that last Saturday in Fall River, we had a virtual tree lighting, and the great work of FRABA, the Fall River Area Business Association, with the Laker, our own Pat Healy, Dagley Media, and Joyful Sounds, Louise McDonald, and a special appearance by Santa and Dr. Strang, ensuring that Santa doesn't have to socially distance after he makes his trip around. So we are very happy and thankful for everyone that did the Fall River tree lighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
No, I'm going to defer to Councillor Russell, who has the appropriate props at hand.
All right, we'll go to prop guy, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. And like Councillor Daigle-Gaiman, we had the virtual tree lighting here in Lower Sackville on Friday night, with all of the trees at Acadia Park being lit up, and some of them are sponsored. It was a virtual event, but the trees are lit up, so feel free to drop down to Acadia Park and have a look. They look great, and please take note of the snowflakes that are hanging from the lampposts along Sackville Drive as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hensby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This past Sunday, Porter's Lake had its virtual tree lighting, and this upcoming Friday, the 4th of December, the Lake Echo Lions will be having their community tree lighting, and it's going to be also one of those social distance events. Just flicking the switch, and that'll be about it. No caroling, no singing, no hot chocolate, no nothing. Just flicking the switch. But also, we're going to be having on Saturday night the lighting of the lobster tree, as well, the lobster trap tree, and the Railway Museum, Muscatawbet Harbor, Saturday night at 7:30. And on Sunday from 4 to 7, we have Christmas on Main Street, and that's Sheet Harbor Main Street, between bridge to bridge. There's going to be an outdoor market along the whole sidewalk in Sheet Harbor, so people are encouraged to come out and socially distance, of course, but be in a safe environment on Sheet Harbor. That's it for Christmas on the Shore.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to acknowledge our Cole Harbor and Area Business Association, who hosted our virtual tree lighting event on Sunday. And I just want to thank Carolyn Judd and Karina Sanford, and of course our firefighters who decorated the tree. It was beautiful, and Santa Claus was there, and it was very festive and very wonderful, even though there was only a handful of us there at the site. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been there many times for that. A couple of times in the pouring rain, as I recall, on a Sunday in Cole Harbor, but it's always festive. Okay, I think it's worthwhile to acknowledge some of the things that are happening. I'll say one last thing. Homes for the Holidays, which is a tradition in Halifax for years, and I don't have all the details, but there are 3 houses being featured this year. 2 that I'm sure are really wonderful houses, and 1 that is mine. And there will be some interviews about Christmas and how people have decorated their homes. It's the Y. It's a fundraiser for the Y. It's an awesome cause, the great work that the Y does in our community. You can buy tickets for $25. And Becky is saying, YWCA, thank you. Yeah, I saw a note from Becky on that, or Councillor Kent, sorry. So check it out. I think it's this Friday night at 7 o'clock, and you can get details on the Y website, and I think it's on my Twitter as well. So thank you. And Councillor Hensby says, "Stay the Blaze is home for the holidays." Where'd you get that from? That's a good one. Thank you. Yes, supporting women's shelters and support services for the Y. Thank you, Councillor Kent. All right, colleagues, we are going to have Christmas in HRM. It's coming, and we may do it differently. And peace and fellowship means being safe. All right. So we will look at the approval of the minutes. If somebody wants to move the meetings of the Special Council of October 2-9, November 10 and 17, and the Special Committee of the Whole of November the 10th.
Move, Tim.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Blackburn.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, as Regional Councillor, are we empowered to approve the minutes of the Committee of the Whole?
Mr. Clerk, I assume so.
Those minutes should be approved in committee of the whole, I believe.
I believe we changed this rule just about a year or so ago. We allow the supremacy of council to approve those. So we had a backlog of committee of the whole minutes at one time, so therefore they brought it to council for ratification.
We did, but at that point we waived the rules and dealt with them specifically. Now that we've reinstituted committee of the whole, it would be the normal course to have the next committee of whole approve them. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. We'll take that out. The November 29, 10, and 17 moved by Councillor Outhitt, seconded by Councillor Blackburn. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 3-0. That's close enough. That's passed. Thank you. The order of business, Mr. Clerk.
So we do have 2 items being added, and consent has been received by all members for these items to be added. 14.1, item 14.1, Councillor Mason's motion on rapid, strict enforcement of minimum standards, and item 14.2, ratification from the Budget Committee meeting of December 1st, 2020.
So those will be added. Anybody else? Order of business. Does somebody want to move the order of business as amended?
So moved, Mancini.
Moved by Councillor Mancini, seconded by.
Second, Lisa.
Deputy, not there. You're not the deputy. What are you talking about? Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. The order of business. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That's carried. The consent agenda, Councillor Mancini has moved 11.15, right, Councillor Mancini, off the consent?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Any other changes to the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Mason, I'd like to take 11.21 off of consent, please.
So Councillor Mason will take 11.21 off the consent agenda. That leaves 11.13. 11.13 is revised contribution to the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, and 11.1.7 is participation in COP26 conference. Does somebody want to move the consent agenda? The two items.
Move, Mancini.
Seconded.
Councillor Mancini, seconded by Councillor Russell. We'll need a vote on this one, I'm afraid.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was having a mute issue. So starting in District 1, Council Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor?
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary. District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Yes, so the consent agenda, 2 items passes. Thank you. Declaration of conflicts of interest. Motions of rescission, there are none. Consideration of deferred business. Councillor Russell, item 7.1.
Thank you. I would move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report to update the procurement policy and options for buy local provision. And this was simply in recognition of what we were looking at with COVID, where our borders are effectively shut down for essential travel. The tourism industry and the hospitality industry are effectively they're suffering hard times, and with that, many other industries are suffering hard times as well. And so this was simply a request for a re-examination of what we would be able to do to consider more options for buying locally. This has recently been addressed in one report from staff in 2014 and a second report in 2017, which have been provided, I think, in our packages, but certainly the links have been provided in the agenda online. And so I'm not sure that this this motion would need to be discussed at this time, but I'm certainly open to further discussion about it.
Okay, so that was moved. It was seconded by Councillor Hensby. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mayor, it's Tim. I'm just wondering, I'm not quite sure what Councillor Russ's last comment there, whether it needs to be discussed or not. I certainly understand the spirit of this, but I believe it was addressed in the reports of 17 and 14, and I'm just wondering what he means by whether this is to be discussed or not. Does he feel that there's something missing from the reports that were previously done and sent to us? And I'm just wondering, before I vote on this, if they could offer some clarification, because I sort of thought we had dealt with the issue, but as I say, I understand the spirit.
At this point, no, I believe the two reports that have been presented address it.
So, in that case, you could withdraw it then, I guess.
Councillor Russell?
Yes, I could withdraw it. I was simply allowing the opportunity for others to have a say.
Okay, so are you withdrawing the motion?
Yes, I am withdrawing the motion.
Second is okay with that? Councillor Hensby?
Not really, sir, because I really believe that those policies in the previous reports were written in a time before a pandemic. And I think now we're hearing it louder, more than ever before, buy local, support local. And I think that the previous reports, I don't think committee even have referenced about pandemic situations. And I think it's more important now than ever before that we buy local.
Okay. We need the permission of the seconder, John or Ian, to withdraw the motion.
Correct, Mayor.
Pardon me?
You are correct. Yeah.
Yes, correct?
Yes, correct. We would need the consent of the seconder to withdraw the motion. If it helps, I have reviewed both the federal and the provincial orders under the Emergency Measures Act and the federal legislation, and neither of those would change the situation vis-a-vis our authorities with respect to buying local, if that assists.
Okay. All right, then, if there's no other speakers, we're going to go to the vote on this. The motion is on the floor, though Councillor Russell wished to withdraw it. Ian?
So we're going to start with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Against the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
Against.
District 9, Councillor Cleary. Oh, not there. District 10, Councillor Morris.
Against.
District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
For the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Against the motion.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting no on the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Voting no.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Because of the information in the reports, I vote against the motion.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed?
And that motion has failed.
Thank you. Okay, there's no public hearing. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
We have received correspondence for today's budget committee item 14.2. This correspondence has been distributed to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, colleagues? No petitions? Presentations, none at this point. Information items brought forward, none. We'll go to reports coming from the CAO. The first is 11.1.1, Events East Business Plan. Jacques, I think we have Denise Schofield, Maggie McDonald, and I think Carrie Cousins is also perhaps joining us for this. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So Maggie and Denise will present, and Carrie is available to answer any detailed questions that they cannot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maggie McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Maggie McDonald. I'm the Manager of Regional Recreation Services with Parks and Recreation, and I'll just wait for the presentation to be loaded. Thank you. So you have before you the 2020-2021 Reconstitution Business Plan for the Halifax Convention Centre. Next slide, please. Events East Group manages the Halifax Convention Centre, Ticket Atlantic, and the Scotiabank Centre. As set out in legislation, the purpose of the Events East Group Corporation is to maintain and manage the Halifax Convention Centre to promote and develop economic development and tourism and industry in the province generally and the municipality in particular, in accordance with the strategic directions established by the board. The province of Nova Scotia and the Halifax Regional Municipality are 50-50 shareholders in the Halifax Convention Centre. Next slide, please. Annually, Events East submits a business plan for the Halifax Convention Centre to the shareholders for the approval of the Minister of Business and for Council respectively. This is a requirement of the Halifax Convention Centre Act. While a business plan had been prepared by Events East for the 2021 year, and it was anticipated to be on par with 1920, it had not yet formally been submitted when event and travel and gathering restrictions were introduced in Nova Scotia and in Canada related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Events East requested and received permission from HRM and the province to defer submission of the 2020-2021 business plan. Next slide, please. The proposed business plan focuses on the safe restart of the convention centre as public health restrictions allow. The areas of focus are returning to safe operations, creating safe and memorable event experiences for guests while fully adhering to public health directives and recommendations, business retention, working with event organizers to host strategic, local and regional events, focusing long-term sales and marketing efforts on client retention, reassurance and rebooking. Industry commitment, industry and community alignment, maintaining strong relationships with industry and local partners to host events that drive business recovery and vibrancy. Safe return to work, supporting employees while taking necessary steps to prepare for reopening within a new health and safety environment. And responsible management, focusing on the responsible management of the organization and operations, reconstitution of the business, and effectively and safely managing a sustainable return to normal operations. And finally, working with shareholders to ensure ongoing alignment and appropriate governance and oversight of the reconstitution. Next slide, please. As outlined in the plan, the Reconstitution Business Plan reflects the priorities and core outcomes to return to safe operations and to mitigate the long-term impacts of COVID-19 on the Convention Centre. As such, it aligns to and supports both the Halifax COVID-19 Economic Response and Recovery Plan, developed by the Halifax Partnership, and the Discover Halifax developed Halifax Region Tourism Opening Plan. These plans both reflect the unique circumstances we are in this year. Next slide, please. This brings us to the financial implications. This year, revenues are expected to be significantly lower than originally budgeted at $860,000 compared to over $13 million as originally budgeted. Expenses too are expected to be quite a bit lower than initially budgeted. This said, some expenses are not significantly reduced with reduced event activity. This includes building costs, property taxes, and some operations and administrative expenses. Events East implemented a series of cost mitigation strategies where possible, including suspension of certain event-related building services, event-related hourly staffing costs, vacancy management, and reduction of administrative and business development costs and discretionary spending. The financial requirement of HRM is approximately $5.4 million compared to an originally anticipated amount of $2.8 million. Next slide, please. So finally, the recommendation of the report is that staff recommend the council approve the 2020-2021 Events East business plan for the Halifax Convention Centre as set out in the attachment to the report. As the CAO mentioned, Denise Schofield and I are available for questions, as is Carrie Cousins, President and CEO of Events East Group.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. I just want to go back to one thing. On the last vote, there seemed to be some confusion as to what we're voting for. If councillors voted one way that on the last motion, which was attempted to be withdrawn but wasn't withdrawn because the seconder wouldn't allow it, then I would ask that they let their vote be known in the chat line, and the clerk's office will make heed of it. I think that's legitimate, isn't it, John or Ian?
Yes, if there's any uncertainty in terms of the recorded vote, clarifying that in the chat room would be helpful.
Yeah, it's possible people may have thought that we were voting on the withdrawal, and that wasn't the case. We were voting on the motion. I just saw it in the chat line. All right, colleagues, so thank you. I see Carrie, how are you? Carrie Cousins, crazy year over there.
Good to see you.
Appreciate you being here and appreciate you. Some of the events we have done there, like the swearing in, which you guys did a great job on. Thank you for that. Okay, on the Events East, Councillor Austin. We need somebody to put
Thank
the
you,
motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Are you comfortable putting it on the floor and then discussing it, Sam?
Sure. Yes. I'll move. Just a second there. It's recommended that in accordance with Section 29 of the Halifax Convention Centre Act, Halifax Regional Council approved the 2020-2021 Events East business plan for the Halifax Convention Centre Corporation, submitted October 8th, 2020, as said on attachment 2 to this staff report.
Seconded by Lovelace.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace, did I hear? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. I just have one question. I mean, what do you do with a convention center and in a pandemic, right? No one could have foreseen this this coming. Our reserve wasn't in good shape, though, even in the best of times. I'm just jumping a little bit ahead to budget time, where we're going to have to come up with half the money here. What do we have left in the convention center reserve?
Through I think Jane Fraser will take that question.
Go ahead, Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So when we presented the Q2 financial statements to Audit and Finance Committee, the Convention Center Reserve is projected to have a budget at the end of March 2021, so the end of this fiscal year, of $3.7 million.
So we've got a gap there potentially, not taking into account whatever cost containments occurred for the coming year of potentially $1 million some odd bucks.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So the ending balance would have accounted for withdrawal of $5.4 million and then a contribution of 4.1. So we will be looking at the where we end up at year end to see if we need to bolster the reserve going forward for 21-22.
Okay. I'll leave it there and we'll wait and see what comes. I mean, it wasn't balancing how we'd hoped to have it from the get-go. So, I mean, it might be time to really rethink the whole approach to that reserve since it hasn't panned out. You know, I don't know what we can do with it, but you know, topping it up each and every year it doesn't seem to be working that well. Keeping in mind that we are in extraordinary circumstances right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was actually about the Halifax Convention Centre Reserve. Just as a new councillor, if there's a Coles Notes version of, I wondered how much was in there and was it enough to be able to afford this 5.4 million or not. So if there's a Coles Note version of what that reserve is, how it is populated, that would be great. And Maggie, if that's a Cape Breton blanket behind you, come how clever.
Come now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It might be best if we did up a briefing note for the councillors on how the reserve actually works in the interest of time and what could be my faulty memory. So we'd be happy to do that up and circulate it to all councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, you okay with that? Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, I like your style. Coming to how also from another former Cape Breton in the group. I have a question for Carrie Cousins. Carrie, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You know, Carrie, I think it's no secret. I'm a big fan of the work that you and your team does with the Convention Center and the Scotiabank Center. This pandemic has been hard on everybody that has a door and a window, so it's been very difficult. When I looked at the budget, though, I have questions when it comes to your staff and the salary. I wonder if you could help me. Can you give me, and I didn't see it in the report, but can you give me an understanding of, you've got salary staff and Maggie alluded to hourly staff. How many full-time salary staff do we have under normal circumstances?
So as far as in a normal circumstance, we would have close to 400 staff. Right now we have approximately 100 salaried staff that are still employed with us. We did unfortunately have to lay off all of our variable staff when we understood the impacts of COVID-19 and we had the temporary closure, which happened in April. So what you're seeing in the business plan right now is our salaried staff, and what they're working on is maintaining the operations of the facilities. As you know, we have both the Scotiabank Centre as well as the Convention Centre. They're also spending a lot of their time retaining and attracting business. The events business is not something that happens on a month-to-month basis. For the most part, it happens a year in advance, if not years in advance. So we're continuing to reach out to clients, reassure them, rebook events with a primary focus on national, international events that we can host when the time is right. Having said that, we are also, and you may have seen some of this, been actively working on local and regional events. And when we did reopen in September, we have actually hosted over 30 events in the facility between now and then. So the salaried staff have been delivering those events, as well as, most importantly, we've also been working through how to host these events in our new environment, which again, we're among one of the only convention centers in all of Canada that has been able to be hosting events over the last months. And we've learned a lot about how to host safely, and I think that's been great and reconfirmed confidence both with local patrons who have visited our facilities during that period, but also with those national and international guests about what a wonderful place Halifax is, safe as well as an amazing destination to host events.
So Carrie, if I understood you correctly, 400 staff normally, the salary staff, 100 of those have been laid off. Hourly staff would be our ushers, kitchen staff, server, that type of thing. So they haven't been working. They only work when there are events going on anyway.
That's correct. And it was a very difficult decision to make, but it was one that unfortunately, given the unprecedented circumstances, we did have to do. And we will continue with that strategy until such a point where we have regular event volume, which it will happen at some point, just not sure when that will be yet.
So I want to make sure I ask this question, but I ask it with respect, because there have been residents who have reached out, and we know, there are residents that haven't been a fan of the convention center, but I believe it was the right decision and has huge positive impact not only to HRM but to the region. So again, I state that I'm a big fan of the convention center. Are there staff right now that are employed that we have staff that are working from home, or right now since the most recent public health lockdown? Are those staff working at the convention center, or are they actually working from home?
So in the most recent one, we have, as of a week ago, asked about a third of our staff to work from home, primarily business development staff, but also some of the event operations staff. We also have about 2/3 of our salaried workforce that are still working, again, on all of the other activities that we've talked about, including rebooking some of the postponed events that did happen in the most recent deferral of time. And we, of course, are hopeful if the epidemiology moves in the right direction that we will be able to rehost many of those events when we reopen, hopefully in January.
So very quickly, Mr. Mayor, last question. Are there any staff that are home, being paid, and not working?
Not at this point, no, Councillor.
Good, I appreciate that. Thank you, Carrie. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I couldn't get off mute. Hello, Carrie. Nice to see
Hi.
you. Really quick question. First was already asked by Councillor Austin. The second maybe, and I couldn't find it in the report, and forgive me if it's laid out clearly. So if you could give clarification on, and I'm looking at the operating budget summary in the report, where it says the initial budget for 2020-2021, our investment as HRM was 2.8 million, and then the revised budget is now 5.4. So could you just give clarification on why it's more?
Yes. So what has happened is we normally generate significant revenue from the events that we host. Unfortunately, the types of events that we have been able to host are much smaller and do not have large revenue streams. And then, of course, we were also closed for 6 months of the year. Given that there are, as we've already talked about, some fixed costs that, irrespective of whether there's events being hosted, they still need to be paid.
So that agreement is a creature of the creation of the initial agreement of just what HRM's commitment is to the overall operations of the events, the convention center. So that's where that's related. Okay.
That's correct.
Do you have a current number of total events that have been hosted since the last? I'm not sure what year you'd use as a target, but I know that we have what was last year. Do you know what the current number is for this year so far for Events East?
Yeah, so this year we have made a target of just over 50 events, and we reopened in September and have hosted 31 events.
Right, so you posted 31, target's 50. Gotcha.
Target's 50, and like I said, we were well on target until our most recent pause, and hopefully the epidemiology is so aligned and we get the appropriate public health directives. We're hopeful that we still have events booked for January, February, March that would take us well above that 50.
Okay, and the other one is unrelated to the business plan here, but we've heard from residents many times that, you know, looking at the housing crisis and the homelessness issues that are happening around the city, and many organizations trying to find places to put folks when, you know, now that the winter is coming. I'm just wondering, internally, has there been discussions around either what that means if the convention center has looked at potentially helping in that with that issue, or is it something that you've had discussion, decided that it's not within the mandate? So I'm just trying to really just know if that conversation has been had internally at all.
There has not been any reach out from either of our shareholders, so the municipality or the province, with respect to that specific issue. We're always open for a conversation about how we can be helpful to the community. And so I guess I will leave that in the hands of either the municipality or the province to reach out to us on that.
Okay. Okay, well, that's good to know that you're willing. I'm just thinking that okay was, I'm thinking, how do we do that? So I'm not sure if that's a motion from council on a separate note. I'm not sure if that's something the mayor and people like Erica Fleck can take on and have discussions. I don't know, but I like us to look at what that might look like in the future, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, since we're on that, Carrie, am I right in that early on there was some discussion during COVID of, like back in March, April, of having people in the convention center who were homeless?
I'm not aware of any reach out that we've received.
Okay.
At any point.
Certainly, Jacques and Wei and I have been involved in discussions of emergency shelter recently in negotiation with the province. And Jacques, maybe that's a conversation that is worth having with Erica and following up with Carrie.
Certainly, we will we'll take a look at that. We have not identified that as a site simply because of the ongoing events that have been there. We're in a 2-week hiatus right now, and going into the second week. But if that is extended for a longer period of time, we may well have to take a look at that option. But given the fact that there are events there have been events, and there will likely be more events once the restrictions, the short-term restrictions are off, then I don't foresee that happening in the short term, but it is possible, and we'll certainly explore it if the conditions arise.
So Mr. Mayor, I just wonder how we will. So I trust that you will follow up with it. Just wondering how that would be captured, so we just know as council where those conversations went. I'm a little saddened that we didn't have a more official discussion on that earlier, but we're here now. So if we can just cover that and just make sure it's captured somehow, that we can follow up and maybe get a verbal update at some point, that'd be great.
Sure. I probably didn't make myself clear enough. I think the issue for us and the issue for public health in terms of the convention center is having people living in the facility at the same time when there are people coming in for events.
Right.
That interaction, that interface between those different communities made it literally impossible to make that happen. So if the convention center remains effectively closed because of current restrictions, if that's extended for any longer period of time, and we see a window of opportunity there that would extend beyond, say, a week for homeless folks to use us as an emergency shelter, then we would likely look at the option. But right now, we don't believe that the conditions presently exist to allow it to happen. But we'll certainly keep you informed as to how that works out on a go-forward basis. We'll keep your eye on that particular opportunity.
Oh yeah, and I truly understand that. My comment was more to the sense of if we would have had the discussions of what that looked like, so you would even have the answers to what that is today. So so I get it, and as long as we can get an update, I'm happy. So thank you for that work. Yeah.
And I just want to say, I do think that we looked at, not more recently when the convention center was open, but when it was closed, we looked at it, and I know that Denise then stepped in with schools and/or community centers that we ended up using for COVID and didn't need to use the convention center at that point in time. But it's worthwhile. Hensley mentioned the same thing to me, so I think it's worth us looking at, Jacques, and if it's going to be closed for some time, it might be one of the things that we need to look at. Okay, Councillor Russell. Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. Many of the questions that I was wondering about have been addressed. I also had a look at the targets for the previous few years and saw that the recent targets were, the targets in 1920 and 1819, you exceeded them by quite a bit, and that's fantastic as far as the number of events goes, and I appreciate that. I'm confused about the property tax. I'm looking at the operating budget summary, and I'm just uncertain about how the property tax works. We are contributing 2-point-something million dollars in previous years, 5-point-something million dollars in this year, and we are contributing to an organization that is giving us property tax. So if you or Ms. McDonald could speak to that, please. Maggie, you are muted.
Councillor, through the mayor, to you, my apologies. Jane, I see our CFO, Jane Fraser, is also lined up, but in terms of, if I could start with a general comment that my understanding is the property taxes, by law, we're required to bill the property owner for the property taxes, and that bill passes through to the tenants and then becomes a shareable expense under the Events East, as it sort of comes into the Events East budget. So it sort of flows through, I guess, in the normal course, and then HRM supports Events East as a 50-50 shareholder. But I may pass that over to the CFO to do a clearer job of explaining.
Thank you very much, Maggie, through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. So there's really two components to this. The first one is that the whole Nova Centre complex in and of itself pays 100% taxes. So they receive a tax bill based on assessment, and they pay full taxes. They then bill their tenants as any normal developer would. So on the tax side, full taxes are paid on that property. Through the MOU that was negotiated between HRM and the province, there was an agreement that the property taxes that the province would pay would be based on a formula. So it was based on, I think it was $3.62 cents per square foot, adjusted by CPI on an annual basis. So what you see is essentially any amount of property tax that is over that calculation goes back to the province, but the full amount of taxation is paid.
Okay, I think I have an understanding of now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Carrie. Yeah, I can just imagine how difficult it is when, there's so much out of your control right now, and, taking one step forward and then needing to take one step back makes planning very, very difficult. I guess I have a couple questions. I mean, one is more of a comment. I'm assuming that, the revised 50 events that are your current target, as opposed to the 150 that you had originally planned. The nature of those events, I'm assuming, are quite different, and attendance is probably significantly different too. That those 150 events probably had anticipated a lot more attendees. That is the circumstance we find ourselves in, of course. The question I have is just to, back to the employees, and I just have to ask it here because I'm looking at the salaries and the benefits. And if we've gone from 400 employees to 100 employees, I'm seeing the salary and benefits have changed slightly. Could you just speak to that a little bit, please?
Sure. Most of the variable staff that I mentioned are up in the line above that says event operations variable costs. So you'll see it coming down from approximately $5.4 million down to about $1 million. million. So that's a lot of where those variable staff were. The salaried items are those fixed salaries, except for there have been a few vacancies due to retirement that have happened, and those are the employees that we just talked about with Councillor Mancini that continue to work on business retention, safely operating our facilities, operating those events that we have had, and also, of course, working on those new protocols that will put us into future positions so that we can host events safely when the restrictions come back off again.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Smith.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty, Carrie, let me just ask you a question, a brief answer. I've been involved in a lot of meetings with you and with Ross and others about, how do we return back to business? And there seems to be a view that even when we get back, although there's a pent-up demand for conventions and things, that there may be smaller conventions than we've seen before. Just give us a minute outlook on conventions worldwide and how we fit into it.
Yeah, so a couple of comments I would make is that we belong to many international and national associations, and what we're hearing is that while the events may be smaller, there will be events that will be hosted both on the national and international level. They will be looking for destinations that are perceived to be safe, number one, and that's in terms of the normal way we would talk about safety, but also in this new protocol of being able to safely host events. And I believe Halifax has a unique position, given the fact that we have been hosting events, also the way that the COVID pandemic's been managed to date. And I think it positions us well for the future. As we all know, Halifax as a destination for event hosting has been phenomenal, and there continues to be an all outreach that we're doing with national, international customers, a real desire to come back to Halifax when the time is right. The other part that I think is really quite interesting is, of course, we've had to shift and spend a lot more time looking at local and regional events, and it's been a real pleasure to have local events being hosted, and many people that perhaps had not been in the facility at a traditional conference or convention at our facility at either they were small concerts or cultural gatherings. So I do think those community and cultural events that perhaps we have not hosted as often, there's a huge opportunity for that to continue and create downtown vibrancy, as well as community pride and pride of place, as well as placemaking opportunities for both our citizenry, as well as when we can get back to hosting events on the national and international level.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, ready for the question?
Question.
Starting with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor of the motion.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason. District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
Sorry, Councillor, was that a 4?
Yep, 4.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
District 16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
District 1, Council Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 7, Councillor Mason, are you there? Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. I want to thank Maggie McDonald, Jane Fraser, and Carrie Cousins for joining us. We'll move to 11.1.2, proposed administrative order respecting the closure of a portion of St. Margaret's Bay Road. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, declare the portion of the St. Margaret's Bay Road right-of-way shown as Parcel A and Attachment B of the staff report dated September 30th, 2020, surplus to municipal requirements and categorize it as extraordinary as per Administrative Order 50, respecting the disposal of surplus real property. And 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to set a date for a public hearing to consider closing that portion of the St. Margaret's Bay Road right-of-way shown in Attachment B of the staff report dated September 30, 2020 as Parcel A, and with notice to be published in a newspaper at least 14 days prior to the Regional Council meeting.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Mancini. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is pretty standard. If you look at Attachment A, it'll show you the property lines for the abutting property here and the right-of-way, which juts in considerably. And we're trying to put a sidewalk on this part of Quarry Road where it comes off St. Margaret's Bay Road. And it would just help with selling a portion of the right-of-way that we don't need on the St. Margaret's Bay Road side, because we're eventually going to be digging into those properties on the Quarry Road side to put that sidewalk in. So I ask my colleagues to support this and help move that Quarry Road sidewalk forward.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini on this? No?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm fine with this. No.
I've got your name on my list here. Okay.
No, that's I don't need to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. How long have you been councillor? It's the first time I heard you say that about something.
Well, you know, it is a pandemic, sir, so anything can happen.
Anybody else on this? Ready for the question?
Question.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
Well, I just came back into the room from a phone call, so I don't know what we're voting on. If someone could tell me, that would help probably.
Closing the portion of St. Margaret's Bay Road, 11.1.2.
Yes, for the motion.
The money's coming from your district.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, that carries. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Colleagues, 11.1.3 has passed on consent. That is the Nova Scotia Nature Trust. 11.1.4 we move to, which is special grant request, Greater Burnside Business Association. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the following motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council 1, decline the Greater Burnside Business Association special grant request. 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to continue to provide monetary and in-kind staff time, bid information, which is the Business Improvement District formation, support as described in the discussion section, attachment 4 of the staff report dated October 23rd, 2020. So moved.
Councillor Cuttle seconds that motion. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle. Thank you, Mayor Savage. So So bids are typically, or business improvement districts are typically, Main Street areas. Councilor Cuddle knows very well about bids. Downtown Dartmouth, Dryfield, downtown Halifax, and so on. All of our industrial parks are extremely important, Mr. Mayor, but Burnside, it has a significant impact on our municipality. You take Burnside. Sorry.
For 1 sec, there's some squeaky noise. I just want to make sure people are on mute if they're not speaking, and hopefully it's not on your end, but go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
You weren't referring to my comments being squeaky, Mr. Mayor? Not yet?
No.
Not yet. So Burnside, like all of our industrial parks, extremely important. Burnside, especially important. If you take Burnside and downtown Halifax, that's probably the majority of our commercial tax space in those two areas. It has a significant impact on our community. The GBBA, which is the Greater Burnside Business Association, made up of volunteers, and they do a lot of networking and promoting of business in the Burnside. The challenge they have, because it's all volunteers, they can't advocate to the extent of a bid would for Burnside. And so they are, and I support this, they are looking to create a bid for Burnside. The challenge is it's dollars and cents to make this happen also. So I do have a question for staff. I believe Scott Sheffield is on board, Mr. Mayor. I think he's online.
Scott, are you with us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, I am.
Hey, good morning, Scott, or good afternoon, Scott. So I have a couple of questions here. First of all, if you could clarify, does our charter allow us to provide money to a nonprofit group to go towards creating a bid?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I think it probably is best that I defer to the solicitor on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Traves?
I'm trying to find my mute button here. Sorry, Councillor, can we create or can we fund not-for-profits? Yes.
So the question, John, was does our charter allow us to provide funding to a nonprofit group like the GBBA and provide them funding to go towards the formation of a bid?
I don't know off the top of my hand. I'd have to take a look at that. I'm looking at the legislative authority section, but I would have to go back and look and see specifically. It wasn't a question I was thinking of.
Sure. Yeah, so it's an important question because I believe, Scott, one of the reasons why you and your colleagues have suggested we do not support this request for funding is because the majority of municipalities don't support bids. In fact, other than Ottawa that does that, no one else does that. If we're allowed to do it, the charter doesn't prevent us from doing it, colleagues. I would still like to see us provide support for the bid, and at the same time, we take on creating a policy stated in the alternative number 1, which is defer motion and request a supplementary report outlining a draft bid formation grant policy and identify a funding source. So maybe to back up again, Mr. Mayor, if we're allowed to provide funding, as I stated, then I think we should, and I would ask my colleagues to vote on that and provide funding. And at the same time, even if we were allowed to, we should create this policy. If we're not allowed to do funding based on the charter, well, then I would move alternative 1. So I don't know where we go from here because that bit of information, Mr. Traves, is kind of critical to where we go next.
If council is agreeable, we could defer this to later in the meeting, and I will try and take a look through. There's an AO, a bunch of pieces. I'll try and dig through that. If not, we might have to defer it to another meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mind deferring to later in the meeting if my colleagues are okay with that.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. If that's the will of council, we'll defer this until later in the meeting.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. And I've got Councillor Mason, Daigle, Gammon, and Cleary on the list for this later, perhaps.
Also me, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Austin.
Councillor Austin, yes, sir. Okay. And people can buzz in at the time if they
It's
wish.
Councillor Puddle. I would like to speak to it as well later. Please.
Okay. All right. 11.1.5 was also on consent. We took it off. Councillor Mancini, this is you as well.
It is. I'm just making sure. Yep, I just want to make sure I'm mute. It is, Mr. Mayor. So I'll put the motion on the floor and speak to it. That Halifax Regional Council requested a letter be sent from the mayor by December 9, 2020 in response to Environment and Climate Change Canada's request for stakeholder feedback on the discussion paper, proposed integrated management approach to plastic products to prevent waste and pollution, as outlined in the discussion section of the staff report dated November 24th, 2020.
I'm looking for a new councillor to second that. Somebody can raise their hand. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, second that. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as we probably are all aware that the federal government has announced now that they're going to ban single-use plastic items like straws and clamshells and all those types of things that we see in the environment. And for my new colleagues that may or may not be aware of it, we all know now, as of October, end of October, that single-use plastic bags are banned in Nova Scotia. And the reason that they were banned was my motion, and my colleagues were going to support that. The province wasn't interested in doing a province-wide ban of single-use plastic bags. So we, as the largest municipality in the land of Canada, chose to do that on our own, recognizing that we are the economic driver for the region. They realized that was the right thing to do. So the reason I bring this forward, I support this, Mr. Mayor, and the reason I wanted to bring it forward, because there's another piece that's critical to the success of dealing with single-use plastic, and that's extended producer responsibility. So for my colleagues, and especially my new colleagues who are not familiar with extended producer responsibility, that's where you make the producer responsible for the end use of not only the product, but the packaging. And extended producer responsibility, or EPR, exists in many provinces across the country. However, it does not exist here in Nova Scotia, and it needs to. In fact, when you go and buy something at a retail store, a portion of the money you hand over goes to extended producer responsibility, but we don't have it here in Nova Scotia. So that money leaves Nova Scotia and goes to a province that has that program. So we've asked the province to take on extended producer responsibility. The reason I brought this forward today to ask to come off the consent agenda is that we once again need to emphasize to our friends and colleagues on the province that we need extended producer responsibility here in Nova Scotia. And they followed suit with regard to single-use plastic bags. I truly hope that they follow suit when it comes to EPR. So I support the motion. I hope my colleagues do also. The province, we need EPR in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Don't see anybody that wants to speak to it. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We'll go to the question.
Starting with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion, and motion province, don't forget EPR.
7, Mason.
For the motion and EPR.
8, Smith.
For the motion.
9, Cleary.
Yes.
10, Morse.
Voting in favor of the motion.
11, Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Lovelace.
Enthusiastically in favor of the motion and for EPR.
14, Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion, double yes for EPR.
15, Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes.
District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion and EPR.
2, Hensby. District 2, Councillor Hensby. 3, Kent.
In favor.
4, Purdy.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor? That motion passes. Thank you, colleagues. We will go to 11.1.6.
Mayor, if you'd like, if John Traves, we could deal with the deferred item at any time.
Okay. Councillor Hensby votes yes, by the way, on 11.1.5. He's having technical problems. Let's go back then to the special grant request. John, you have an answer to that question?
I do. The alternative, Mayor, through the council, does suggest that you could defer the motion and request a supplemental report outlining a draft bid formation grant policy. So under Section 70 of the Charter, there is the ability to provide grants to bids for the purpose of promoting, beautifying a business district and for identifying and promoting the district as a place for retail and commercial activity. So that would apply.
Councilor Mancini?
So if I understand that, the GBBA is not a bid though. So they're an organization that wants to form a bid. So does that still apply, John? I just want to make sure before we move forward here.
Well, yes, that would be dealt with in the supplemental report in terms of whether there would be a new entity that would have to be created out of that, or whether that particular entity could be used. But I don't see anything specifically that would prevent them from acting as the bid, as it were. But we would have to look at that, and then also the terms under the bylaws. So that's a much bigger piece. The only way
Yes.
I can do that is to get the supplemental report. And
so let me know.
Okay,
sorry. Yeah, thank you, John. Mr. Mayor, so let me know if I'm doing this correctly then, John. So then my motion would be, my desire at this point in time is, I think the request was for $20,000. So my motion at this point in time would provide to ask colleagues and council to provide a grant of $10,000 to go towards a bid, and at the same time, request a supplementary report outlining a draft bid formation, grant policy, and identify a funding source.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I don't know about the authority to actually grant that $20,000 this time. I would suggest that council consider the alternative motion alone, which is to defer and request a supplemental report, which would then outline that process.
But still consider the ask that's in front of us, John, is that correct?
It would be a deferral of the request at this point.
Right, and then when it comes back, we can determine whether or not an amount of funding is available.
If council wishes to pursue a bid type arrangement for the area in that piece, then that would be the approach I would recommend.
Okay, and I'm fine with that. So colleagues, my desire is to move forward the alternative, which is regional council could defer the motion and request a supplementary report outlining a draft bid formation, grant policy, identifying a funding source.
Okay, so the first motion is on the floor. Do we have to defeat that motion, John?
No, Mayor, this is what Councillor Mancini is doing is actually, instead of an alternative, he's moving a motion to defer.
So I need a second for that, though, I trust.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Saw Councillor Cuddle's hand first, but I'll go.
She was faster than me, it's true.
Councillor Cuddle, second motion. Okay, so that motion to defer is on the floor. I have the list in front of me if people still wish to speak to it. It's Mason, Daigle, Gammon, Cleary, Austin, and Cuddle. Okay, Councillor Mason, do you wish to speak to the deferral?
Yeah, just real quick. So I went out to an event when they had their first evening event at the new hotel there in Dartmouth Crossing about a year and a half ago, and some of you were there. Councillor Mancini was there, and talked to Dee, their executive director, and their chair, and some of their board members. And they were really surprised that I was actually really enthusiastic about them forming a bid. They thought somehow that the guy who represents downtown Halifax would have an issue with that. But you know what we've seen clearly, even before COVID. The idea of having an official business improvement district in Burnside makes a lot of sense. It is one of the two largest economic drivers of downtown Halifax, and it needs to have that formal official voice, especially when we move into things like selling it locally, nationally, internationally, and the beautification and the planning that's coming up that is always ongoing there. So I strongly support this, but I would also say, and this is the main thing I wanted to say, and then I'll stop, is what we saw during COVID is the areas without a bid are at a huge disadvantage because our staff were able to lean on the bid staff to say, what do your members need? And that's where the communication was coming from to make changes in the roads, slow streets, 15-minute parking for delivery, all those things, right? And the places outside of that, you know, really struggled. And I think that Burnside would benefit greatly from having a bid, not just in these COVID times, but at all times. So I strongly support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Diego-Gammon on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in the spirit of transparency, I'd like to let everyone know that I talked with our lawyer yesterday, only because I am a previous board member of the VA and only recently resigned from the board when I was elected. And I was part of the conversation with that board around the investigation. And I do strongly support the GBVA being able to do their development work, see about the publication and the creation of a bid for Burnside. I do think that it is something that will be a game changer for the Burnside Industrial Park and area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary on it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the GBEBA becoming a bid. I have no problem with that. My issue is with us funding them doing that, and I think there's some potential conflicts there. I mean, we do, of course, set up, once they become a bid, collecting the taxes from their members. We also provide grants from the government and also from our district capital funds in many cases. And I don't think that we should have an influence on whether businesses vote to become a bid or not. And essentially by giving them money, especially when none of the other bids had the money available to them when they went out asking businesses to become a bid. And I think that gives them an unfair advantage. And I also think we shouldn't be an organization that influences that process. That is entirely up to the businesses in the area of the bid boundary, whether they want to become part of a bid or not. And I'll support the supplementary report because I want to see what the advice from staff is coming back. But I don't, if it did recommend it, I would be surprised. But if it did, I don't know if I'd be able to support it because I do see a lot of area for conflict there between us as a municipality and the bid formation process. So I will support the deferral of the supplementary report, but depending on what it says, I may not support us giving money to help them form a bid. Although I do, let me restate, I do think the GBBA becoming a bid would be great.
Thank you. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Councillor Mancini, for moving a deferral on this. There's just two things in terms of deferring this that I want to note and when it comes back. I'm assuming there's more detailed information available, and it just didn't make it into the staff report. But as far as I can see, on page 9, where we have the submission from the GBBA seeking money from us under budget, it simply says marketing and promotion. I think we probably want a higher bar than one line saying marketing and promotion before we hand out grants. So I think this, I don't doubt for a moment that there is more thought put into it. I suspect it didn't make it into the staff report and that information exists offline somewhere. So I think we should have that in front of us if we're going to be considering a grant. And then the other piece of it, I think we should also think about, like, I'm glad we're going to look at this as a general policy because it's bigger than Burnside. I mean, there's Bedford, there's Lower Sackville, there's Cole Harbour Road. There's a couple different places around town where we have these quasi-bid sort of organizations. You know, when I think about it, I think there's a lot of advantages to the municipality in having bids. So, you know, I'm not quite as worried as my friend Councillor Cleary about, you know, HRM encouraging this process. I'm actually totally fine with us encouraging it. I think it makes our whole community better, both business and for the municipality. So if some sort of grant program is possible here, I'd be open to it, as long as it's bigger than Burnside, that it consider other potential areas. And the last one that I would note in terms of existing bids, if the report could also consider potential assistance for bids when they want to expand. And the one that comes to my mind, the near and dear to me, is downtown Dartmouth. A couple of years back, they had looked at expanding to take in Wise Road. Right now, if you could get money to create a new bid versus no money to help fund the expansion of existing bid, we'd be creating a bit of a strange incentive to form a new one in an area where it's potentially an expansion piece. So if the report could also consider expansion of existing bids, if that would be eligible for funding, I think that would be good. So expansion, the budget piece, I think are two that I would like to see in that supplemental report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having a few issues with my computer freezing up here, so apologies. I'm, having my previous life working with the bid world. I just want to say that Duval has done a fantastic job representing Burnside and doing a lot of that work off the side of her desk, attending meetings, speaking out for the businesses of Burnside, and they've been working toward forming a bid for quite a while, and I would like to see that happen. Bids, they actually contribute a lot of private sector dollars, so whatever grant we get in helping them form, I mean, that comes back to HRM, tenfold through the levies that businesses pay to the bid, that then gets reinvested in our business communities through marketing, attracting new businesses, economic development. Bids work with many of HRM's business units in collaboration, Discover Halifax being one of them, Halifax Partnership being another, to help align and advance our goals as a regional municipality as a whole. And so finding, ways to even strengthen those working relationships is important. And while the GBBA is not a typical Main Street bid, as has been pointed out already, it is a huge business center, and I know that there's lots of issues there that would be better handled by the bid than by the municipality, and so enabling them to have that independence to take on those issues, I think, would be a really great thing for everyone. So I look forward to the supplementary report, and these have been good questions that have been asked, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this motion that's on the table right now. I've had the pleasure of having a lot of contact with the GBBA in the past. I know that they have, as been articulated here very well, they've been working very hard, been successful. Imagine what they can do with some support. During COVID, it became an election campaign, COVID has been brought to the table a number of times, and how do businesses survive? How do they go forward? How do they restart? How do they manage? And I can't think of a better way at this point for us to have this ability to support volunteers who are already in the trenches doing it, and now to give them some financial support, or hopefully at the end of the day when the report comes back we can support something of that nature. But I'm all for it. Well done, Councillor Mancini, for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be supporting this. I just want to provide a little bit of context here, though, because I think in addition to the supplemental report, and this isn't a criticism of the staff, I've been through this twice trying to get a BID started in Bedford, and then there was one in Clayton Park and Larry-Utic area that wasn't successful, and also the expansion of the one in Sackville wasn't successful. So I think the last 3 attempts have actually failed when it came to launching a BID or expanding it. And staff has worked hard to try and help these people, but we have a couple of issues. Both the tenants and the owners can vote, and we are only able to provide a list of the building owners. So there's a lot of legwork involved with the people wanting to formulate a group, but they actually have to go out and find everybody that rents in this building, everybody rents in that building, and enumerate them and make sure they get their material to vote on, et cetera, et cetera. And I believe it still has to be a paper ballot. So I really think we need to refine the process a lot. And the other thing, if somebody owns several buildings within the district, this happened to me in Bedford, the maximum, for example, was going to be a $3,000 charge, anywhere from $300 to $3,000, depending on the size of the business and sort. But this individual who owns several locations would have had to pay 4 or 5 times the $3,000 in order to be part of the bid. So, of course, voted against it because they weren't looking to spend $15,000. So, I don't really, and I think to some extent we already do, by the incredible help that our staff give, we do sort of help encourage people to consider a BID. I actually, through district capital, helped them fund the stuff. Like 2 community groups wanted to look at whether there would be economic benefit and social benefit to my district by having a BID, and I was able to fund that because there was a tangible result in the end, which was a report saying this is how it might help Main Street, this is how it might help our economy, this is how it might help those businesses, etc., etc. So a big supporter of this, but really I do think, and I don't know if anybody's still on the call here or not from staff, but we really need to change. I think if there's any chance of these being successful, I think we need to change the rules around how many times you have to pay, how we collect the votes, how involved we are in soliciting who's allowed to vote, these sort of things. So there's a lot of work to be done if we really want these to start being successful, because the last 3 attempts haven't been successful, and that should be a bit of a red flag to us. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Traves.
If I'm turned on here, I am. So I'm just trying to see if I can assist council to shorten this process down. And back to Councillor Mancini's question, I did not have an opportunity to review this report very closely, to be frank. And when looking at the legislative authority, that's no longer in the charter. That section doesn't exist anymore. So essentially, I think, in looking at Section 71, the business and industrial development provisions and the restriction in terms of not granting direct financial assistance to a business or industry, I don't believe that would apply. So if it is council's wish to defeat the motion rather than the staff alternative, I think you could legitimately, if you wish, grant them the $25,000 that is being asked for. And that would put them on track if council wishes to make that step, given the precedent it sets, to work towards and through the bid process to get up to speed. That might shorten this down a little bit if that would assist.
Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Trave. So if that's the case, if I understand this correctly, I would like to defeat the original motion that's in the agenda that says do not support this, provide $25,000. But I agree with Councillor Austin that we still need a policy around that. So, Mr. Traves, is it possible to we would vote and defeat the motion, the original motion, and then ask for that policy to be created also on top of that? Is that correct?
So, Ms. Fraser is just texting me to indicate she needs a funding source, so that
okay, so we need a
supplemental report in any event. Unfortunately, as much as I'm trying to find a way into this, so that would I would suggest we defer this pending the supplemental report, but the supplemental report would be with respect to a funding source and then next steps. I believe we would, follow the bid formation process. This is just a request for a grant of monies to assist in forming a bid.
Correct.
And so we would follow the normal process, but we can get that clarified with staff.
Yeah. So do you need me to rephrase the motion or anything, John?
I think if Mr. Chair, Mayor, if you're all right and nobody objects on council, I would rephrase the motion to defer in terms of finding a funding source and to confirm the process going forward. So that'll allow us to bring the whole thing back.
And I'm fine with that, Mr. Mayor.
Whatever way we go, could we see that motion just so we're all clear on what it is we're voting on now?
think maybe it's a good time to take a break and come back, and we can organize that motion over a break. John, can you spearhead that?
I will work with the clerk to tighten that up. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we prepared Scott and Paul Johnson and I looked at this, and that's why the supplementary or the alternative motion is written the way it is. It allows us to come back with a supplementary report that would allow us to, that would include a policy and any changes to the AO that would be required following a legal review of all this. So that's why we're doing that. But we'll take it offline and have a conversation.
Well, that's helpful. In that case, the motion to defer that Council Mancini already moved it doesn't need to be changed, and that's the end of it.
Just before the break, I see Councillor Purdy has a clarifying question. We'll go to Councillor Purdy, then we'll take a break.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to follow what exactly are we voting on this? Yes, okay. So we're voting to defeat this motion and for a supplemental report to be written by staff. Will that include any of the policy amendments that Councillor Outset had kind of brought to our attention as well? Kind of along the lines of Councillor Austin's idea to clarify what the parameters or boundaries are?
Maybe I can take that, Mayor. So, at this point, no, this would be a motion to defer as recommended in the, where are we here? In the alternative section of the report.
Yes.
And then that would allow staff the opportunity, as the CEO mentioned, to come back and clarify those issues and then have a way forward as in terms of proceeding. So we would not defeat the motion, we just defer it pending a supplemental report. I'm just trying to scroll down here. That, oh, sugar, I've gone too far. Essentially would allow this to proceed.
Okay, so we're going to come back after the break and look at the wording on that.
Yep, the alternative is on the last page of the report. Defer the motion and request a supplemental report outlining a draft bid formation grant policy and identifying a funding source.
Okay, colleagues, we'll take a break. We're going to come back at 3:30, okay?
Hey, Tim, hang on a second. Let me mute here. Let me
All right, folks, how we doing? April, how we doing, or Ian?
I'm just here listening to Dr. Strang.
I believe all members of council are in the meeting.
Okay. Just 10 cases today, folks. 4,000 tests. That's pretty good. Okay, let's go live. Okay, we're back. Where we left this show, we were looking at bringing a motion back for Councillor Mancini. Councillor Mancini, are you good to go?
Mr. Mayor, I am. I guess I better best to read the motion, and I do have one more clarifying question. That the Halifax Regional Council defer item 11.1.4 pending the completion of a supplementary administrative report regarding the bid formation grant policy, including the identification of a funding source. So I guess my question is, Mr. Traves, then is, the desire is still here to support the GBBA with their approving their grant of 25,000. I suspect what would take length of time here is creating a policy. Is there a way to identify the funding source right away and then make that decision on granting the 25,000 and then allowing staff to go away and come back with the policy? Because I suspect the policy doesn't happen overnight.
I think that's a better question for the CAO. I wasn't involved in putting this report together, but I understand had some discussions.
Yeah, Mr. Dubé?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. No, we can't identify a funding source right now. We'd have to have conversations internally and come back with the supplementary report. So we'll do that as quick as possible.
No, I understand that. So, but it was the second part of the motions in front of us, which is the policy piece, which I suspect takes a little longer. Identifying a source doesn't take as long. So would that come back sooner, the funding source, so we can make that decision?
I guess the advice is council needs to set policy around this. And then once you set your policy and any administrative or any amendments to the AO associated with bids, then you would then apply, look at the funding source associated with that policy. So that's where council needs to set its policy and direction and say, what will it spend money on in terms of the creation of a bid, if anything, and then we can then determine, make a recommendation parallel to creating a framework and a policy around this, so that then we say to you, if you do this, we recommend this amount of money.
So we have to wait for the policy, is what you're telling me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I don't know if I get a second for that from Mr. Mayor.
I think Councillor Cutt, seconded everything you put forward on this motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Traves, Mr. Debate.
Thank you. Councillor Russell, still on this?
Yep, thank you very much. There had been discussion about the bid formation versus bid expansion, and I absolutely support the idea of bids and the bid formation. Once the bid has been formed, however, I believe it's within its operational budget to determine any expansion that it wants, and I don't see us being I don't see it being in our benefit to provide additional funds for its expansion. If it chooses to expand, then it should be able to take that money out of its operational budget and do whatever marketing and whatever promotion it needs to do in order to be able to convince the new people, the new businesses about its expansion. So if there's some way that this could be differentiated, if you're going to be coming back with some discussion about the expansion, please leave it as an option, as a piece that can either be included or pulled out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Diego Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whoops. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I guess so clarity just came from our esteemed CAO in his answer to Councillor Mancini that a policy is needed before we can go ahead. And I just wondered if there is any way possible to separate that out. And the the supplementary administrative report regarding bid formation is separate from the request from the GBBA that we could find the $25,000 for them to be able to go and do their work.
Right, and I think that's what Councillor Mancini was asking, and the advice was that we need to have a policy first before we accord the money. That's the advice given at this point.
I think it's contrary to the bylaw and AO. I have to go back, and that's part of what we need to look at in the policy formation.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon?
I think I'm still processing this because I've got, my brain has gone back to an earlier conversation that said that we could potentially fund, but maybe the other piece of information to support the GBBA came from Councillor Oathead, where he said that some councillors could provide funds through their either discretionary or capital to help support the research and development needs that GBBA might need to get started. And so there might be an opportunity for us as councillors to be able to get them on the road to starting in a different way.
I think, yeah, I think Councillor Mancini has unlimited funds in his budget to ask special request of council for that. That's always, I suppose, an option to come back. It's Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And certainly that's something, Mr. Mayor, we would look at in terms of funding source, if that's possible. Requirements under the use of district capital funds can be used for what purpose, all that. We'll see.
It's a lot. Okay, colleagues. The motion is on the floor from Councillor Mancini to defer for a further supplementary report. Ready for the question?
Question.
Ian?
Starting in District 6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
In favor.
8, Councillor Smith. District 8, Councillor Smith.
In favor, sir.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Sorry, was that a yes?
Yes, voting yes.
Thank you. 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that is carried. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. We're going to go to 11.1.6, colleagues. This is an RFP, Organic Management Infrastructure and Operating Contract. Now, is there a presentation on this, Jacques?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is. It will be Andrew Philopoulos of TPW.
So I hope all the new councillors have met Andrew Philopoulos, very impressive guy who's going to join us, and then I will go to Councillor Cuddle after that to put the motion on the floor. Andrew Philopoulos, show us your face or say something.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Philopoulos here.
How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Regional Council. Andrew Philopoulos, Manager of Solid Waste Resources, here to present to you today on the staff report you have in front of you with regards to an award recommendation for a new organics processing facility. I'd like to take a moment just to acknowledge that we have the organics team online today, including staff from various business units that have worked on this project for several years. And we also have 2 advisors online as well today. We have our financial advisor from Ernst & Young, Edward Ng, and we also have our technical advisor from GHD Online, Michael Muffles. Next slide, please. So the agenda for today's presentation will review the organics management strategy, which is basically the journey that we've been on for the last several years in developing a new facility. We'll review the procurement process and the findings of that process. And lastly, we'll discuss the financial impact to HRM's budget. Next slide, please. And next slide. So with regards to the strategy, back in 2014, we conducted a solid waste strategy review. And at that time, it was identified that we had 2 aging existing composting facilities that were built to old standards, that were at capacity, and it was time to start planning for the future and for a new facility. This led to a series of studies that was completed in 2014-15. We assessed the 2 existing facilities from a building point of view, from a process point of view. This ultimately fed into a business case where we evaluated various options to meet our processing capacity needs of the future, including developing a new 60,000 ton composting facility, as well as developing a new 60,000 ton per year anaerobic digestion facility. 2016, we completed comprehensive public engagement to get feedback from the public on a new facility. This included online surveys, it included 4 public open houses, it included consultation with 17 stakeholder groups as well. And so all of this body of work led in ultimately to what was framed as the organics management strategy, which was approved by Regional Council in 2017. Thank you. Next slide. So some of the key points of the strategy were that we were only going to consider proven technologies and companies. In particular, we were considering composting-based solutions as well as anaerobic digestion-based solutions. The primary outputs of a new facility would be compost fertilizer soil amendment, as well as biogas being a byproduct. So I'm sure everyone's aware a composting facility produces compost. An anaerobic digestion facility produces something similar called digestate. As well, a anaerobic digestion process produces biogas, which can be used to make renewable energy. New facilities in HRM would be developed at one of the existing composting facility sites. So we have 2 facilities. One is located in Burnside, the Dartmouth facility, while the other is located in Goodwood, the Ragged Lake facility. Cost will not be the only deciding factor. We would take into consideration other criteria such as community impact. And lastly, we did look at some program changes to the Green Cart program. We examined including grass, compostable plastics, and pet waste. Ultimately, it was decided that we were not going to make changes to our program at this time. Next slide, please. So the objectives of the strategy were to minimize cost to HRN, including reducing current processing costs. We were looking to minimize impact to the community, in particular mitigating odors, which is a very important aspect of developing this type of facility. We wanted to meet the 2010 Nova Scotia Environment Composting Guidelines, and we wanted to increase from our current capacity of 50,000 tons, and we currently are at capacity, to 60,000 tons with the ability to potentially increase our capacity to 75,000 tons per year in the future to accommodate long-term future growth. Next slide, please. Next slide. So with regards to the procurement approach, we took a technology-neutral approach. We allowed for both composting and anaerobic digestion-based solutions to compete against one another. 2017, we issued a request for qualifications. This was to pre-qualify teams and technical solutions. And we ended up pre-qualifying 4 teams and 6 solutions. Each team could submit up to 2 solutions, again, one based on anaerobic digestion and another based on composting. This led to a request for proposal, which we issued in 2019. It was based on council-approved key terms from 2018. And the scope of the RFP was to take over interim operations of the 2 existing facilities come April 1st, 2021. And then to deliver a new facility under a 25-year design, build, own, operate, transfer agreement, or referred to as a DBOOT, with the municipality getting back the asset in 25 years in an operable condition. Slide, please. Scoring matrix that we used as part of the RFP included 20 points related to community impact. So for example, odor mitigation measures. 40 was allocated to technical aspects, the design, the construction, the operation. And so the total community impact and technical points were 60 out of 100. Proponents needed to get at least 42 points or 70% to pass on to financial evaluation, and there were 40 points allocated to financial bids. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So evaluation, we received 4 proposals. We received 2 anaerobic digestion-based solutions. We also received 2 in-vessel composting based solutions. The highest ranking proponent was a consortium by the name of Harbor City Resources. They are led by 2 companies, Maple Rinders and AIM Group. Both are Canadian companies with a track record here in Nova Scotia. AIM Group has been operating our Ragged Lake facility since 2016. The constructor is Maple Rinders. The designer is CBCL, a local engineering firm. The technology provider is Waste Treatment Technology, a company out of the Netherlands. And the operator is AIM. Next slide, please. So the proposed composting solution was planned to be located at the site of our Ragged Lake composting facility in Goodwood. The solution, when commissioned, will be a state-of-the-art facility. Examples of that include compost quality, which we expect to exceed regulatory requirements. In particular, this facility will have advanced screening equipment very capable of removing contaminants from our green cart program. So those are items like glass and plastic and foils. In addition, this facility will be state-of-the-art in terms of odor mitigation, which is paramount to protect the local community. This includes, like, one of the aspects of this new facility will be to incorporate what's called an airlock on all major shipping doors. So essentially, all major shipping doors will consist of 2 doors, such that only 1 door is open at a time. And what that means is that the inside of the facility will never be exposed to the outside environment. In addition, I would add that this Harbor City team and technology is very proven. Maple Rinders and AIM have developed 3 composting facilities in the last 15 years in Hamilton, Guelph, and Calgary, so we'll be their 4th facility in the last 15 years. And lastly, the total cost of their bid to deliver interim operations for approximately 2.5 years, followed by a 25-year design, build, own, operate, transfer delivery model is approximately $457 million. And if you roll that back to 2021 dollars, via net present value, the cost is approximately $288 million. And I would just add that's how we evaluated financial bids based on the MPV. Next slide, please. So financial impact to HRM. What we're going to see based on this award recommendation, we would foresee seeing a 21.5% increase in our organics budget in 21-22. So that's capital and operating all in, as compared to our budget this year. I would add that over the last 5 years, our budget on average, again, capital and operating, has been in the order of $9 million. The increase in cost is really being driven by capital upgrades to upkeep the old aged facilities, in addition to routine maintenance upkeep. The new facility, when it comes online in 2023, and I would just add that we actually don't pay anything for the new facility until it's commissioned and operating. And so in the first full year of operation in 24-25, we'd be looking at an approximate 17.6% increase in our budget as compared to the previous year. And again, the cost increases are being driven by the capital cost to develop a new facility. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andrew. I think Councillor Cuddle, you had your name on this to move the motion.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to put the following motion on the floor, that Halifax Regional Council, 1, award RFP 19060, consisting of interim operations of the municipality's existing composting operations at the Dartmouth and Ragged Lake facilities, and a 25-year design, build, own, operate transfer project delivery model for a new composting facility to be located at the Ragged Lake facility at 61 Evergreen Place, Goodwood, to Harbour City Resources, as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated November 24th, 2020. And 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to finalize the project agreement with Harbour City Resources and the Chief Administrative Officer to execute the completed project agreement. And 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer not to release details about Harbour City Resources proposal or the project agreement to be finalized until execution of the project agreement by the parties.
All right. Is there a second for that?
I will second that, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle, anything on it?
Just a couple of words about this. The Ragged Lake facility is in District 11 off of the Prospect Road in Goodwood. When I think back about Halifax and our waste management, we've always been a national leader. And so it's very encouraging to see that this proposal is, state of the art. I like that we're using state of the art for a composting facility. But it's always been a source of pride, particularly as an urban and rural planner. One of the first things we did in that program was tour waste facilities, because as part of big cities, we produce garbage and we produce waste, and that's part of what city management is about, a very important part. And I think we have a collective responsibility to dispose of that waste in a responsible manner. This facility, I have a question about what percentage of HRM's compost is handled here, but it is a significant amount, and no communities really like to kind of host facilities like this. They can be smelly or have environmental hazards or be unsightly. I just want to say that the current facility run by AIM is very well managed. I did a site visit and it was incredibly clean and tidy, and it was actually really quite impressive. And while neighbors do complain of smell with the current facility, I'm glad to see that extra measures are being taken with the airlock, for example, to address odors of this new facility. That is very important to the community of Goodwood. So it's great that this is kind of a best-in-class facility. Thank you to Andrew for your presentation. In all my discussions with you, you've been very clear and concise and easy to understand. I would say the only issues that kind of exist in the community are around the number of trucks going down Prospect Road to this facility in and around that community, and that there would be an increase in truck traffic, and just the negative associations that come with communities who host waste facilities. I also want to mention that this road, Prospect Road, is also the road to Peggy's Cove, and we have to remember that in 2018, 700,000 people went to visit Peggy's Cove. It's a very, very well-traveled route. So in thinking and discussing this new facility, I kind of want to keep these broader issues in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, anything on that? You good? Okay. Councillor Clare, you indicated in advance you wish to speak to this. Do you want to go now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And depending on the answers, I know we have the info, in-camera information item number 1 that speaks to this as well. So, I mean, some of my questions may not be able to be answered here, so I'm not sure if I'll have to go into an in-camera part of this. But let me start with this. So clearly, this is the preferred applicant because of cost, and that's how we generally do this. But there's also points awarded, and there were financial costs involved. So let me start with some basic questions. So you've recommended we go with a composting facility versus an anaerobic digester. So what is the difference in terms of the full or the net greenhouse gas emissions between compost and digestate? And from an environmental point of view, because I know we can also, in an anaerobic digester, capture the greenhouse gases that come off, and my understanding is you get things like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide. Obviously, we would capture, say, the burnable stuff like methane, and then use that to offset new mined methane that would come into our system, because we operate, for example, the heat in our municipal buildings on natural gas. So we could displace that with using recycled or renewable natural gas, you might say. So what is the net GHG emission difference between compost and digestate? And from an environmental point of view, not a cost point of view, but an environmental point of view, are we going with the best option by having a compost facility?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I would just say that what I can say publicly about the evaluation councillor is that there were technical, community, and financial points. That's the basis for the evaluation, which resulted in the award recommendation. I can't exactly nail down the carbon footprint of an AD facility versus a composting one. But just a couple of things at play. First off, the biggest driver to mitigating greenhouse gases is actually having the Green Cart program in place in the first place and keeping the material out of the landfill. Second of all, you have to consider the actual footprint of the facility. And just one thing I would add about the proposed solution is there's a lot of sustainability initiatives built into the design. And one of the things that was very impressive is the electricity consumption of the new facility, which is significantly less than other similar facilities. But to your point, there's no question that if you produce renewable energy, renewable natural gas to displace natural gas, or you produce electricity, those are significant initiatives in mitigating greenhouse gases.
Okay, let me just try it from this angle. So in your opinion, as our manager of solid waste, from an environmental point of view, is this the better solution for us to go with, this particular application?
I would say I think that this is definitely the best solution based on the evaluation criteria and the process we set out to achieve.
Thanks, Mr. Philopoulos. I appreciate that.
Councillor Mancini.
The mute here. Or sorry, the mute was taking a moment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, good to see you. I see you dropped the facial hair. That was November or the pandemic. My question, Andrew, is around, and I didn't see much of this in the report, around producing the biogas. And I believe we have a target when it comes to producing biogas from 90% of our organics. So I believe, Mr. Mayor, our leader of our Halifax 2050, Shannon Minima, is online. I'm wondering if it's okay if Shannon can speak to that target. I want to confirm that I'm accurate on that target.
Hello there, Shannon. I didn't see you on the list. Welcome.
Good afternoon. No, I'm not on the list. So is that following procedure for me to speak?
Well, look, somebody saw you, so you're stuck. Yes, please.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, the modeling work done for Halifax, it shows us, like, from a scientific perspective, what we need to do to get to net zero by 2050 and to drop by 3/4 by 2030. And so the model actually assumes that by 2030, all of our organic waste will be routed to anaerobic digestion to generate biogas, and that we capture 90% of landfill gas to generate electricity. So that is in there. I know I've been working with Andrew on the environment outcome area for strategic planning purposes, and we have had some discussions about, you know, reviewing the overarching waste strategy and things like that. But that's, you know, that's all to come.
Well, thank you for that, Shannon. I guess my question here, Andrew and Shannon and my colleagues, is that if that's our target and our goal, and here we have a brand new facility that's going to, I believe the report said, is going to be with us for the next 25 years, how do we meet that target if the facility that's in front of us we're about to make a decision on is not going to take that project on?
I could take that question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I think one of the things Shannon just alluded to was you know, updating the solid waste strategy, and I think part of that is looking at it from the lens of a Halifax, right, and realigning our program with those objectives. So yes, certainly acknowledge not producing renewable natural gas is a lost opportunity. But there's lots of other opportunities to mitigate greenhouse gases from our solid waste system. And again, I go back to the biggest thing we can do to mitigate greenhouse gases from our solid waste system is to keep material out of the landfill. That is by far the most significant source of greenhouse gases and the most significant thing we can do as a municipality to improve the carbon footprint of our solid waste system. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Andrew. And I think that's extremely important that we are communicating that to our residents and our businesses. That's key, because when I first read the report and I saw it missing, I thought it was a missed opportunity, as you stated. But there's still an opportunity to meet those targets based on what you just shared with us by keeping things out of the landfill. So thank you for that, Andrew. Thank you, Shannon. Mr. Mayor, thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And Andrew, thank you for the presentation. So I'm just a little bit, I don't know, disappointed might be the word, because I know in previous discussions, we said we couldn't deal with biodegradable plastic at the time. We couldn't deal with pet waste at the time. And we made a decision not to add grass at the time, or to continue adding grass, to ban it, until such time as perhaps we looked at a new facility and new processes, and we'd be able to perhaps look at all three of those things. And I remember specifically at the time, before your time, Andrew, wanting to deal with the grass situation. So now I hear we have a state-of-the-art facility, but we have to, may approve and use for 20-25 years, that's not going to deal with grass, with biodegradable plastics, or with pet waste. And I know other cities across the country and across North America do. So they must be more state-of-the-art than our state-of-the-art. So I'm a little worried. And we're being asked for a 21% increase in the operating budget. We just asked for a funding source for $25,000 for a BID, and now we're looking at a 21% increase in the operating of a system that already costs us a fair amount of money. So I'm being a bit of a devil's advocate here, because these are exactly the questions I'm going to receive as a council. And as at the moment, I think I need a little bit more understanding about why a state-of-the-art facility looking out for handling our needs for the next 25 years cannot be designed to handle grass, pet waste, and more biodegradable plastics. If you could start with that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. So, Councillor, actually, the facility can handle and process all of those materials. And I would say any modern facility being constructed can generally handle those materials. The thing that I need to caution is that we did develop the organics management strategy, which is ultimate goal is to develop a new facility. So we're only halfway through that process. And so when you embark on designing a new facility, you need to nail down some details. And certainly those details relate to the material composition and the volume of material as examples. So we certainly can look at program changes. There's a change order process as part of the agreement. It's all possible. Each material you listed has pros and cons related to accepting those material, but it's completely doable with this new facility.
Okay, so I guess I misinterpreted your presentation to say that we weren't looking at changes to the facility at this time. You're saying we're not looking changes to the program at this time, but we are able to, when this new facility is up and running, or our new facility is up and running, we will be able to proactively look at some program changes, knowing that they can be accommodated in the new facility. Is that an accurate interpretation?
Correct.
All right, well, I find that encouraging. I guess the financial challenge of seeing the 21% increase in operating is going to be there. And obviously you're recommending this and Jacques and Jane are recommending this, so there must be good reasons for it. But can you offer me a little more background on that?
Yeah, so what I can tell you is over the interim period, so the next 2.5 years where we have to operate the existing facilities,
right?
They're old, right? And we've got to replace equipment, roofs, floors, screening equipment. And not only that, routine maintenance, which is built into operating that the proponents take the risk on, also is increased. There's more routine maintenance associated with the facility. So that upkeep is driving that increase. With respect to the new facility, again, what I can share publicly is that cost increase is being driven by capital. It's being driven by the cost to have a new state-of-the-art facility. It's being driven by having airlock doors and an enclosed odor treatment system and secondary containment, right? These were all things that we wanted as a municipality and was built into the strategy. And ultimately, it's the cost increases are being driven by capital.
All right, so I do understand that a Lada is less expensive than a Cadillac or a Mercedes or whatever the rest of you could afford to drive. I'm just teasing. The interim cost, though, I would assume that we're trying to do the best we can to keep the interim cost down, because obviously you don't want to. I look at the example, but quite often somebody will say, why are there still potholes or bad painting or rough roads at the Cogswell interchange? Well, it's bad because we're not going to spend a whole lot of money on something we're going to tear down, right? So I just want to make sure we're not spending a whole lot of money on something that we're going to replace or tear down, Andrew. So.
No, and absolutely, Council. We'll be as frugal as we can in terms of dishing out money for facilities that we know will be decommissioned. But obviously, we have obligations, approvals, et cetera, that we need to meet.
All right. Listen, this I'm feeling better about this. Thank you for the information.
Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Councillor Oat had hit on all my points, which was around the grass and the pet waste, etc., and the biodegradable bags. So it is encouraging to hear that. I want to iterate as well that it is an ongoing theme in conversations that I'm having within District 3. I think that we are at a point, a pivotal point, where our communities, our residents, are poised and ready to make a difference in climate change and in positive changes for the environment. So anything we can do to carry that forward is positive. I'm certainly going to support this motion, but I do look forward to an opportunity to see some of the pros and cons as it would for some change in program on those other elements. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And our solid waste strategy is one of the most difficult programs we had to bring in together. Remember, in the early days of amalgamation, Halifax County was charged with the opportunity to come up with an organics collection system and everything else, and we brought it into amalgamation, and it seems to be working on the most part well. And we need to do some tinkering and some fine tuning, and hopefully the new technologies will help us with that. I've seen some time ago the in-vessel aerobic technology being demonstrated here, and I said that's the way we need to go with some of these open row windrows used to have in the past, and I think it's necessary that we go with that type of technology. But my concern though is, why not include grass and pet waste? So the deputy mayor and Councillor Kent touched upon that. I think that there's an opportunity to include those kind of organics into the mix. They do it elsewhere in other municipalities in Nova Scotia, so I don't know why we have to be any different. Maybe we have a more volume of it, of grass and pet waste, and perhaps that should give us more urgency to come up with a strategy for that. Also, with this contract, will we have to guarantee any minimum flows in regards to the amount of organic matters being collected? We're going to have to bring back our weekly organic collection. We never thought the pandemic would have people doing so much more gardening and yard work and stuff that we had an overabundance of of organic materials available for pickup, but it was not being collected. And we also have the issues of the bears roaming in the neighborhoods because of this stuff staying longer. So I'm hoping that with this new contract and this new facility, we'll be able to increase our organic flow by the collection pickup. My other question I had in regards to the decommissioning of the old facilities. You know, you're talking about the ongoing maintenance costs and keeping repair costs going. You know, when do we see the end date of tearing those things down, or whatever the case may be? Because I know in the past we had issues with humidity control and the corrosion of the ceilings and stuff, and kind of prematurely dated some of our facilities. So I hope the new facilities are going to take into account some of these lessons learned from our old facilities of accelerated corrosion because of humidity and heat within inside these buildings. And my last question would be in regards to there's no community compensation for these type of facilities. You know, we had talked about in the past the compensation for the landfill site. We talked about in the past compensation for sewage treatment plants and everything else like that. You know, and here we are building new facilities, and you know, there's been no real dialogue or discussion about a community compensation. You know, I'm sure this topic will be coming up again later in the agenda in regards to community reputation, community morale, and everything else like that. As Councillor Cuddle said, you know, thank goodness they got paved shoulders and that new highway out there towards Goodwood and stuff, and going to St. Margaret's Bay and through the old highway system and into Peggy's Cove. It's a highly traveled area. So my concern, though, is that we need to make sure that this is as seamless as possible when the transition rolls over into the new operations. But I'm hoping that the old facilities will come down and be shut down as quickly as possible, and hoping there might be some bonuses that could be accelerated in any way. So I'd like to have some comments on those issues I would like to raise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So just what I would say is, one, there is a minimum put on the contract. It's 45,000 tons per year that we need to deliver to this facility. We're currently sitting at 50,000 plus tons per year. So I think the minimum quantity is easily achievable. I think with regards to the program changes, councillor, again, each one of those changes requires some study. It might require public engagement. It would require consideration with potential impact to the operation, cost impact. Like, there's a whole variety of things that need to be done to consider program changes. And again, we're in the middle of delivering a new facility. Now is not the time to make program changes. That's something we should look at once this facility is up and running. With regards to decommissioning, like the old facilities, first off, absolutely, we've learned over 20 years of operating these facilities. We've incorporated those lessons learned into this new agreement. There's lots of examples of it. This facility, though, just as an example, councillor, we will not accept under this agreement any fabric shelter buildings, which don't do well under the very corrosive environment of a organics processing operation. Another example is we're requiring secondary containment under all concrete floors. Again, another experience that we've had, floors crack, you get a little bit of liquid leaching out. So that's for sure built into that. I would just touch on decommissioning. I think that we do need to continue operating the existing facilities for at least 2.5 years. As we approach the new facility being commissioned, we will prepare decommissioning plans. And certainly with regards to Ragged Lake, the proponent will have a site lease for the entire property. So that property will be theirs to use for 25 years. We'll be responsible for decommissioning the facility. Out in Burnside, definitely can look at decommissioning, future use. The only thing I would just add there, and we'll follow all the proper protocols that we're supposed to follow with property management. Just the one thing I would add there, it has been an operating facility for 20 years. There likely will be a groundwater monitoring program post-closure that we'll have to implement. So we'll have to do those things, and that may impact, the short-term future use post-closure, if you will. And just the last thing on community consultation, what I can tell you is back in 2017, we did expand the property in Ragged Lake. We expanded it 200 meters to the east, 100 meters to the north. as part of that, there was a $1 million community integration fund allocated to local community improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's wonderful to see the changes that have happened in Halifax with regards to composting and waste management over the last few decades. I think we're doing a great job. I'm pleased to see negative water output from this. I think that's really important. And, you know, I do have a question with regards to the community compensation. I think you just answered that for me. So my next question for you is around revenue. What is the agreement with regards to the sale of this beautiful quality compost?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Great question. The agreement requires we share 50-50 in revenue with the proponent. We will be producing a high quality compost product. That being said, I do need to temper expectations on revenue potential. A 60,000 ton facility will probably produce around 15,000 tons of compost per year. If we get $10 a ton for that compost, like 150,000 shared 50-50, that would be a really good outcome that I think is achievable. But so I just want to put that out there to temper expectations on revenue potential. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And so I'm just wondering whether or not that is something that our folks are going to be overseeing, is, you know, through an annual report review or some kind of auditing. I assume that there would be an annual audit of the facility to ensure that they're meeting their expectations with regards to environmental control, you know, and a functioning of the facility.
Absolutely, and the way that the contract works is that there's performance objectives, and there's a series of reports that need to be submitted every year. The proponent is fully responsible for marketing material. They're fully responsible for the facility, right? And ultimately, there is a series of performance metrics that the proponent needs to meet. And I would just add that we do, if they're not meeting those measures, there is a deductions regime built into the contract to ensure we have a tool to promote good performance long term.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Andrew, we try to produce a high quality compost here as well at Council, just so you know, you're not alone. I don't see any other questions. I just want to comment. This is a long-term process. You guys have been working on this for some time. You've done your engagement. You've been working on this for a number of years. I think we're all very impressed with the work that you're doing in your job, Andrew. This is a big ask. You know, Council, we do a lot of things. We spend an hour talking about 25 grand. This is a lot of money, and so I'm glad that there were some questions asked. I'm also glad that we looked at, you know, not just the cost of this, but the environmental implications, which is, I know, important to you as well. So I guess my only question to you, Andrew, and I don't know if it's answerable, is what would happen if we said no?
I think I might need the our legal team to provide some advice there, but you know, we have two aging facilities, Mr. Mayor, and so we are in a place that we're not in a really great place. Our costs are going up one way or the other. We have two aging facilities built to old standards, so we're going to have to deal with this either through operating old facilities. Costs will go up while we come up with an alternative plan, or we go ahead with what's recommended today.
So that's pay me now or pay me later. That's what you're telling me. Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions on this, colleagues, we'll go to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just have a question around the process from here, because there are still a couple of things I would like to discuss. Does this go into in camera to look at the proposal, or do we make the decision here, or what happens?
We go in camera if people ask, if there's questions they want to ask in camera.
Okay, otherwise if we move the motion now, ask the question now, then this is essentially done.
Done.
Okay. Okay, then I do have just a couple more questions. One is about the kind of the planned increase in compost with the growth and development of Halifax. Do we see we have two facilities. Is this facility the one being planned to accommodate that increase in waste?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, absolutely. We plan on decommissioning the two existing facilities. This facility will be built to 60,000 tons. And as part of the tendering process, we asked all the proponents to put in plans on how they would expand the facility to 75,000 tons. So that's been thought through, is possible, doable in the future should we need that extra capacity.
Okay, so this will be the only facility in all of HRM handling all of HRM's organic waste. So, there is the big question about the trucking of the waste through the community. Some ideas are wondering if there is a different way to access the facility, or is it only through Evergreen Lane? Could a road be put through the Ragged Lake Industrial Park to kind of, shorten the trucking on the Prospect Road? I also think it's just worth noting that in the expansion of this site, the facility is now encroaching on the Western Common. So, for some, that is actually a rather big deal that we have encroached upon the Western Common, and concerns about moving into protected land. I know that I want to thank Councillor Hensby for bringing up the community compensation piece. Essentially what we're looking at is Goodwood hosting this facility for HRM for the next 25 years after already hosting it for the last 25 years. And given the significance of the Prospect Road to other initiatives in HRM, the negative association with the community, looking at the trucks and the encroachment, I'm wondering where and how we might consider additional community compensation for this growing and expanded facility. I don't know who can answer that question.
Not sure, Andrew, if you want that, or John, or Jacques, who wants that one? John?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, Jacques, did you want to answer that?
Well, I'll give it a shot. So here the question is, would we consider in the future, would council consider in the future providing some form of community compensation due to the growth of the facility? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, certainly if council wishes us to look at, decides that they would like to look at that in some fashion going forward, we would certainly take it back and produce a report on that. So that's something that we'd look at. It's not something that we'd recommend doing at the moment, but certainly, as things evolve, council may wish to give us direction in that respect.
Councillor Cuttle?
Okay, so how do we make sure that comes back for discussion? I mean, my main concern here is that we're going to be, what's the increase in trucking that is going to be happening with the closure of the Dartmouth facility and this becoming the sole facility plus growth?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So certainly we have two facilities now. Half the traffic goes to each facility, so all the traffic will be routed to this existing facility.
Okay, so that I would consider that a significant change in use and impact on the community. So I guess, yeah, I guess I'm looking for some direction about, I don't want this to kind of just slip by without making sure that there's some kind of formal mechanism for bringing this back to the table, the question around community compensation.
So generally, Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Generally, the recommendation would be that council move an amendment to add an item 4 requesting a supplemental staff report to consider that the issue. And so you would tack that on to the end of this motion if that's council's wish for a supplemental report to look at that aspect.
The other thing I would add, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, is that Such an analysis would generally necessitate a traffic study. So, as we, and then at some point in the future, we may want to, council may want to have a traffic study to determine the impact as this rolls out. So, right now, we don't have. It's probably not the right time, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but the fact is that we're only getting started with this project, and it'll be some time before it's actually open 2 to 3 years out. So we had time to do a traffic study, and probably based on actual data and actual usage, and then that's certainly my advice to you is to keep an eye on it, and we will certainly take it back. But if you wish to add, as John says, if you wish to add another part to the motion, then we would look at that at that time, right?
Or come back another day.
That's good. Sorry, John?
Well, or can examine this and see how it proceeds and then move a motion on notice at another meeting of council.
So Councillor Cuttle, I'm going to go to Councillor Hensby while you're thinking on that. He may have something to spur your thinking. Councillor Hensby?
Well, I have to totally agree with Councillor Cuttle in regards to traffic impact analysis, and I personally believe that you may want to look at an alternative access of having a road built from Goodwood over to the Otter Lake interchange. And that'd also give you an opportunity for access to the Western Commons. So it plays twofold here, not just access for the Goodwood and all the organic material, but it also gives an access to the Western Common recreational land. So I think that's a good idea to look at an alternative route in there.
Okay, so Councillor Cuttle, there's a couple of options. One is you can tack something on here. The other is you could think on this and bring a notice of motion. John, correct? You could bring a notice of motion at the next meeting or meeting after that to have a look at certain impacts that you would want to identify in that motion. So it's your call.
Okay, I think I will proceed with a notice of motion. I only had a presentation on this on Friday, so I've been talking to people and digesting this and composting it all weekend up until now, and I still do have some more questions and considerations. So I will leave it at that then, and I will bring a notice of motion back to council around the issue of community compensation. Thank you.
Digest it a little longer, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, colleagues. Thank you for that. Ready for the question?
Question.
Starting with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting for the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
For the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting for the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor?
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Cuttle. Thank you to staff. Thank you to Andrew and to Shannon. That motion carries. Colleagues, we're going to move to 11.1.8. This is public participation program in the Rapid Housing Initiative that we identified over the last couple of weeks. Council, what is your wish?
I'll move it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, was that Mason? Councillor
Yes,
Mason.
sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to follow the public participation program as set out in the discussion section of the staff report dated November 25th, 2020 for the consideration of amendments to the applicable municipal planning strategies, including the regional municipal planning strategy and land use bylaws, to allow for the development of an emergency shelter, shared housing use, and multiple unit residential dwelling at 5853 College Street, Halifax. I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Stoddard. Thank you. Councillor Mason.
I think we discussed it sufficiently at the last meeting that I don't need to say anything further. I look forward to hearing what the public has to say on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? We'll go to the question while I close my windows to the light show.
One quick question, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Russell.
Part of this space is going to be determined to be a shelter, and the province controls the amount of shelter space and where those shelters are. This is something that we have worked through with the onset of COVID, and I am simply wondering what guarantee do we have that the province will accept this as shelter space?
Through the mayor to the councillor, Jill McClellan, a planner with HRM, or with Planning and Development. There is potential funding allocated for the shelter space, but either way, what we're looking to do through this plan amendment is looking to put on a new zone for the property. So we're not even specifying that the use needs to be necessarily a shelter, rooming house, or multiple unit dwellings, just allowing for that zone to be put in place so then those uses would be permitted. So I hope that clarifies the question.
Great show.
It clarifies a question, but I'm wondering specifically about the shelter space here. And yes, this is unrelated to the question at hand, but it is in relation to using this property as a shelter space. And if the province controls that, what certainty do we have that we will be able to use this?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I would first of all like to say that Gillian and Kate and the entire team did an outstanding job on this project. Incredible work, you know, in addition to the normal work that they do. So I want to thank them again for that. The conversations with the province that we're having are very constructive and positive. Like anything in life, there's nothing guaranteed except death and taxes, I suppose. But at the end of the day, the province is very much at the table on this. They are, and I can't speak on their behalf at this point, but I am having direct conversations with the Deputy Minister. I know Gillian is having her conversations with her counterpart at the province as well. So I'm quite confident that you'll see the province at the table in a very significant way on this project and any other project that comes forward through the Rapid Housing Initiative.
Okay, thank you very much. Just our response from the province has been interesting in the past. And yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Gillian and Kate, for the immense amount of work that you have put together on this project in an incredibly short period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just going through the report and just trying to find what timeline is this online survey going to be. It doesn't make any reference to how much consultation will be to the general public. It's going to be a province or at least municipality wide. So I'd like to know in regards to what the duration of the survey is going to be, and also will there be sufficient time in regards to get all the amendments through in regards to meeting the construction deadlines we were under the gun with this federal program.
Right, Jill?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So to meet the timeline for the Rapid Housing Initiative, we will have to move quickly with the review of this plan amendment. So we will be looking to do the public consultation through an online survey through the month of December. So looking at 2 weeks through the month of December to kind of push that online survey, give people a chance to respond, and then be able to work on a report to get to council, hopefully the following month in January.
So this would be on the Shape Your City survey kind of thing?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, it would be on the Shape Your City website.
Okay, thank you, Jean. Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Starting with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
In favor.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, that passes. Thank you, guys. Next, we have the Design Review Committee, which we took off the consent, is the amendments to the Design Review Committee's Terms of Reference, Section 4, Downtown Halifax Land Use Bylaw. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report respecting amendments to the Design Review Committee's Terms of Reference in Section 4 of the Downtown Halifax Land Use Bylaw with respect to the length of terms for members and to consider the possibility of automatically renewing terms for 1 or 2 year period. I so move.
Second, Councillor Austin.
Second by Councillor Austin. Councillor Mason.
Thanks, Sam. So the reason I asked for this to come off of the consent is after talking it through actually with Councillor Austin and some of the other councillors and thinking about it, I don't think I'm comfortable going ahead with just this by itself. You know, to be blunt, we've all been in situations who've been appointing people to council committees in the past as councillors. We know that sometimes people don't get reappointed to committees for good reason because they're not a good fit or the rest of the committee can't work with them or whatever. There are reasons for that. It's very rare. It's very, very rare. But an automatic renewal, I think, is actually problematic. I think there's other things. I think there's a issue they're trying to get to here, which is a real one, which is the Design Review Committee is so technical that it can take a year or two to get up to speed on the issues. And then if your term's over and you need to get reappointed, that can be problematic. But there are other ways to talk about that. We could have people automatically put into the pool for consideration. We could have a discussion with the clerk's office about strengthening how we approach residents, these volunteers, to make sure that they resubmit and that kind of thing. So rather than vote this up or down right now, what I would do is I believe the clerk and the solicitor can confirm for me. I think these kind of process issues in terms of reference stuff, and there's other committees I'd like to look at too. So I think that this should go to the be referred to the executive committee for consideration rather than bogging down council right now, because I think that there are some process pieces around committees in general that need to be considered and about this one in specific, but I don't think this motion quite hits it. I think that we could make staff go away and we could get them to make a staff report that says not to do it, but I think that it would be better to just head that off right now and refer it to executive for discussion and possible other motions. If I'm right, I think that's the committee it would go to. I see the Solicitor Traves appear.
That would, Mayor, through you to council, that would be within the executive's mandate to look at the committees. So if council chose, it could refer this matter to the executive standing committee for consideration.
So I'll make a motion to refer this to the executive for consideration.
I'll second that. Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell. Thank you. Discussion on that, colleagues? The question is to refer to the exceptionally well-led executive committee for consideration. Let's have a vote.
On the motion to refer, starting in District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes.
District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor?
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, so that passes. Thank you, Councillor Mason. We'll move to item number 12.1 under motions. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move a motion that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report to initiate the process to amend the land use bylaw for Sackville to increase the footprint and height requirements for accessory buildings on larger lots in non-serviced areas. I so move.
Councillor Russell, I'll second that.
Thank you so much. So this came to me actually from a couple of residents in areas where they have acre and a half lots on well and septic, and they want to build outbuildings that are a little bit larger than what is now allowed, requiring the larger buildings for storage of recreational vehicles, that sort of thing. So just looking for a staff report on whether this is something that that we should do to adjust the height requirements and footprint of these buildings, or whether we should just leave well enough alone, and just looking for a staff report for some guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. No, okay. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I've had similar issues in my particular district, and people building garages and they being over the 20-foot limit, or whatever the case may be, but it meets the same height of the pitch of the roof of their house. And the only way they're going to get around it is attach the house to the garage to make it one-on-one structure. So I think that we need to look at these kind of limitations, and with all the new constructions and new materials and stuff, I think we need to look at some of our height restrictions too restrictive in regards to the height of a garage or an outbuilding or an accessory building. So I concur with this request, and I'm hoping that the staff will look at it and then not just look at the Sackville plan, but perhaps all the rural areas that are outside the serviceable boundary area.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues? Ian?
Question?
Starting with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting yes, in favor?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
I'm in favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that carries. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Colleagues, we have a couple of added items we'll look at now. First one is item 14.1, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dual screening it here, back to Word. I move that Halifax Regional Council request the pending rental bylaw report include options for strong penalties up to and including the maximum statutory amount and rapid responses to remediate any unit where, in the opinion of the municipality, a landlord has deliberately made a unit uninhabitable or non-compliant. I so move.
Second.
I second.
I think I heard Councillor Kent on that one. And Councillor Kent seconded. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's been a recent rash of very disturbing media reports that have been kind of printed at face value, where some landlords, just a few, not all of them, most landlords would never dream of ever doing something like this, are deliberately making units uninhabitable in order to encourage or force tenants to move out. And they may be doing this because they are frustrated with the speed with which the provincial tenancy system responds to concerns when someone's not paying rent or whatever the case may be. But the critical thing here is that there is a tenancy board and there is a process for tenancy that resolves that. And we have no role in that. The only role the municipality has in Nova Scotia is to ensure that fire and health and life safety minimum standards are met. And the fact that people are openly talking about deliberately making it so those standards are not met really is problematic. To me, I find it appalling. So what I'm asking is council support so that we can move forward with to incorporate this rather than asking for a staff report. My initial thing when I was reading this was let's ask them to bring it back in 30 days and let's start going at, but we have the report on the M200 updates and the residential rental registration coming back in April anyway. So after talking about it with staff, what I'm asking is that council incorporate these concerns into that report that's coming anyway. And just to be totally clear, because you know this is going to go around with the 2 or 3 people who seem to think that this is okay. I personally think, you know, just so the new councillors know, the maximum we can potentially build a fine is $10,000 a day per incident. And I personally think if we have a case that someone's taken the doors off of somebody's apartment to try and get them to move out, we should fine them $10,000 and we should send in a contractor to put the doors back on that day. If they cut off the water, if they take away the faucets, if they turn off the electricity, all these things have been discussed in the media as happening by landlords, and that is not okay. Our job is to make sure that doesn't happen. They can work it out in the tenancy process with the province. If the tenancy process has problems, that's an issue for the landlords to take to the province to have that resolved and changed, but they can't in the interim do these things that put people's lives and safety at risk. So I ask for council's support and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I very much support this motion that's on the floor. Just as staff go about their work on this, I would also just ask them to put a land lease community lens on this as well. And I know, Councillor Mason, you're smiling because you knew I was going to say that. But, you know, I think it's important to recognize that people who live in land lease communities do not own their property. They own the physical unit that they live in, but the land that that the unit is on is rented. And so those park owners are also landlords. So and they certainly have their laundry list of problems as well. So as staff go about their work on this, just put that land lease community lens on it for me, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mason, for bringing this forward. There have been some egregious examples around the community that we've seen in the press. It's very timely. Just today I had to refer one over to staff. It's not confirmed yet, but a landlord in my district may have taken the approach to try and get rid of his tenants of turning off the elevator in the 7-story building. So it's something that we really need to, I think, get a handle on quick, because there are some abusive practices going on out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also very supportive of this. I wish there was a way to act on it faster, because we do see these things happening daily. I'm also dealing with similar issues in my district. And to Councillor Austin's point, it's not necessarily what happens directly within the unit, but within the building as a whole. You know, in some cases it could be like taking off the door or taking out a window, but when it's an elevator and it's a building issue as a whole, that equally is important to look at. So thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Mason.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. I just had a question about this, maybe from a different vantage point, because when I read that landlords are taking doors off of their tenants' apartments, I don't see cruelty there. I see desperation. Like, they're like, oh my goodness, these people aren't paying. The province isn't doing anything. The tenancy board is letting me down. And so, Councillor Mason, you did speak to that. You said that they need to take that up with the province. So yes, of course, landlords need to, if they need a different process that will help protect them better from delinquent tenants, then that would be up to them to do that. I'm just wondering, and yes, tenants need to be protected from cruel landlords, and I know that it's a very small minority. There does need to be protection on both sides, and I'm just thinking, we have an affordable housing crisis. Apparently, that's the word that's used. So we need to thinking, how are landlords going to want to participate in affordable housing projects or developments when I guess there's no guarantee that tenants will pay, and they don't have a recourse that is going to help them, especially if the Tenancy Act isn't as helpful as maybe it could be for these issues. So I guess I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but I understand, yes, tenants need to be protected. They cannot be allowed to live in uninhabitable, places, but landlords also it needs to be balanced, I feel, especially with the affordable housing crisis on our hands. So I'm not sure what my question is, but how is that? How can that be protected or addressed in this motion?
Well, I think Councillor Mason's going to come back. He may want to address part of that himself when he gets to his part of the motion, his part of the discussion. Okay, thank you. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mason, for bringing this forward. I think it's very important and I really support it. I guess my only question is if in the staff report we could have some sort of assessment of what it will cost to set up this policing to ensure that that it can be done well and that it is effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much. I'm certainly supportive of this. I think that the number of horror stories are coming forward regularly now. I agree that there are many good landlords, but those who are not are, I think, Councillor Purdy, I think you nailed it with it's cruelty. It's when I think about this, and I'm wondering if there could be some layer to this captured within the report that's requested, is the vulnerability of women in these situations, single parents, single mothers, and seniors as well. when there may not be an abundance of support around them to even manage just the stress, the mental health side aspect of this kind of cruelty. I want to go as far as to say this is just abusive in some cases. It's a manipulation of a situation where women are disproportionately affected by this. I know many others are as well, but I just would hope that we can put a lens on that in these situations for the vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this as well. So thank you, Councilor Mason, for bringing this forward. The only other piece that I would be curious in the report would be when we, I guess it's already operating, but our open, oh my gosh, I'm having a brain fart. But the information that we have online of open data, thank you, on the open data, if this any type of fines can be included on there. So I know we'll have on the website that there has been some type of compliance issue, but I think it also be worthwhile for, if we want to put the amount, if we don't, but the type of concerns we, Jesus, oh my goodness, I'm having a bad day right now. So all I'm saying is I think if we can put that information on the open data that maybe has the amount, so folks can go and not only see the infringements that have happened and the compliance issues that happen, but also see the amount. So even if it's landlords or potential renters, when they go on that, they can see that these are the type of fines that can occur if you don't do the right thing. So support this, hoping that could be captured as well of how we will capture this when it comes to our open data when we start doing the landlord licensing piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. There has been a lot of discussion about landlords and some bad landlords recently, and there is absolute merit to the idea that some and a very few landlords are doing these things that just absolutely are unacceptable. And I certainly support this motion. One of the things that I would like to remind people of is that most landlords are not bad, that we shouldn't be demonizing all landlords. And one of the challenges that we have is this housing crisis. And it doesn't just affect those who are looking for affordable housing. Because there is such a low housing supply, we are all at some degree of risk of housing, and this is one of the things that I spoke with a lot of residents about. What the province has done by bringing in their 2% rent cap is not a great solution either. What that will do is disincentivize a lot of landlords in building affordable or any other housing, because 2% will barely keep up with the cost of living, and the cost of expanding a building, of maintaining a building, and doing everything else that is needed for that housing supply is certainly going to be higher than the 2% that the province has allowed. So with that cap, we are going to see the problems be exacerbated. We're going to see more housing deteriorating. We're going to see more problems with less housing being available. I do support this. I think I'm hoping that it won't be around for long, and I'm hoping that we won't exercise it very often, because I'm hoping that landlords will see that this is part of a bigger problem, and that the province will see that a better solution has to be found as far as rent control, and as far as just the tenancy board and acting on it. So no changes to it. I do support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I don't know, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this fits here or not, but I want to raise it. Another layer to anything we would do like this, we have to be mindful of to have mechanisms in place for tenants to safely alert the authorities to this situation. If a landlord is in the position or taking the position that they're willing to take these kinds of steps to get rid of people, it can be a difficult and sometimes a dangerous situation. And I think that we need to be sure that there are mechanisms in place to make sure there is a safe way to make these kinds of concerns known that do not exacerbate an already difficult or dangerous situation.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Lovelace, we haven't heard from you on this.
Thank you. So I just want to point out that this is a tool in the toolbox, right? This is, as far as I'm concerned, this is a responsibility that we have. I'm really pleased to see this come forward. Thank you, Councillor Mason. You know, we have more protections for food safety than we do for housing, right? You know, putting a mom and her babies on the street is shameful. And I just had a call the other day about that happening and what could I do to help. I just had another note this morning from a young woman who had her doors and windows taken off of her apartment. You know, the safety and security of our system, our citizens, is our responsibility. We should do everything that we can do within our power to ensure that they feel safe and that they are safe. So I support this motion, and I'm glad that we're moving forward on this. And the other thing that I'll say is, when we think about moving into this registry and looking at ways to ensure that landlords understand their due diligence and their responsibility to provide safe housing, because it goes both ways. You know, yes, renters understand their due diligence and responsibility to pay for, you know, to pay their rent. But at the end of the day, if we are encouraging in some way a system that supports bad landlords, then we need to be held responsible and put in regulations and bylaws and enforce those bylaws to make sure that landlords know that Halifax will not put up with this. So I'm really pleased to see this forward, and I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
You're on mute, Kathy.
Sorry, we're having trouble with the mute button here today. I completely support the motion. I'm a little fearful, and my fear is a little bit about the risk to the tenant. Sometimes there are persons for whom their ability to deal constructively with a landlord is compromised by either an intellectual disability or a physical disability, lack of education, whatever. There could be all kinds of reasons that their communication style with the landlord isn't there. And I guess my fear is that these persons, whoever the bylaw officers that are going to come and enforce this, what is the skill level for them to help? Because they're going to come into a very stressful situation. Whoever is going to come and say, like, here's your fine, I'm coming to put a door up. So I think one of the other councillors very nicely spoke about, what do we need to do to be able to make this happen? So not only just to enforce the bylaw, but to support the stressful situation that's going to come as a result of this. So that's, I'm really concerned about the tenants. More a comment than a question.
Thank you, Kat. Councillor Cuttle.
Yeah, just to kind of back up what Pam was saying about this being a tool in the toolbox. I mean, this is an extraordinary time right now, extraordinary situation, not with only with COVID, but the housing shortage. You know, rents have been rising at more than the cost of living increases already. So we already know that that's happening at the same time as interest rates are at a historic low. You know, I see these kind of disconnect happening with that, particularly when I hear about, you know, the cost of renovations and whatnot. I think we have to, you know, kind of find some balance, realize that this hopefully isn't a long-term situation, that we are taking action around affordable housing, and that the province will hopefully be taking some more action around affordable housing, but that we do need to have some tools in our toolbox to deal with situations when it's necessary. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Councillor Mason for putting this motion forward. For those landlords who do abuse their power, they are increasing the possibility that will add to more homelessness. Because if you look at a young mother with a child that's her door is being taken off or her windows are being removed, where does she go? So she's just this landlord has just created another situation of a homeless person, and I don't agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just, I won't take 3 minutes. First is, after Dorian, I had a couple of buildings that were uninhabitable, obviously by the crane and over on Queen Street where the roofs were damaged. And I put out a call on social media and by email, and small and large landlords responded generously and immediately, and were awesome, right? Most landlords were there and were cutting deals and helping move people and doing all the right things. So I want to clarify, we're not talking about every landlord, we're talking about a very select few people. Also, I don't want council and the public to think staff isn't doing anything on this. Our building inspection compliance people have been awesome and are responding, but it's my feeling that clearly this is still going on, even though it's been in the news for a number of months. And I would like to equip them with, we've got a lot of carrots, I think they need the biggest stick possible, and that's kind of the intention of this. And I understand the concerns about protecting or not protecting landlords, but that there are some very few situations where landlords have intractable tenants, and I understand that. Most of these, from what I've read, aren't that. It's just that landlords want them out faster so they can renovate faster, so they can put them back out for the kind of very high rents that you can command right now. But in terms of all of that, we can rest easy because our job has nothing to do with that. You know, we are going to have a lot of discussions as a council with both new and returning councillors about different mandates and jurisdictions, and tenancy and that relationship is provincial. It's not us. So if that doesn't work, the MLAs need to fix it. But what is ours is building, is the building code, fire, health, and life safety. And if that's not being met, and if we're not ensuring it's being met, we aren't doing our jobs. That is our job. All the rest of it is other people's jobs. So inside of that, you cannot make a unit dangerous because you have a tenant dispute. You have to maintain it, and you have to build the cost of planning for that into your business plan. And I will say also, as far as I agree with concerns about tenants and stuff, but I think that if these changes are made, we won't have those issues in the future because this will largely stop because no one will want to risk a $10,000 fine. So I ask for council support. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, ready for the question on this one?
Question.
Starting with District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Very happy to vote for this motion.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
I am in favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor. Thank you, everyone, for clarifying.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
In favor of the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
7, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, thank you, colleagues. We're going to move to 14.2, which is the ratification from this morning, and I'll go to the chair of our Finance Committee to put that motion on the floor for ratification. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I move that the Budget Committee recommend that Halifax Regional Council 1 approve Halifax Regional Municipalities 2021 to 2025 Strategic Planning Framework, Attachment A of the staff report dated November 18th, 2020. 2, approve the development of a 2021 to 2025 Strategic Priorities Plan and 2021 to 25 Administrative Priority Plan and associated annual reporting process. 3, approve the discontinuation of the budget allocator tool in favor of online business planning and budget survey. And 4, approve the 2021-22 Committee of the Whole Committee of the Whole Business Planning and Budget Meeting Schedule, Attachment B of the staff report dated November 18th, 2020, and I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Starting in District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
And that's a yes from me. Thank you.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
I am in favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
In favor of the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, that carries. Thanks, folks. And again, we thank Wendy Lyons and everybody else who led us through that in Budget Committee of the Whole. Colleagues, we're going to go in camera, but first of all, I'm going to go with notices of motion. So just for people that may have notices of motion, I see Councillor Mason, followed by Hensby and Blackburn. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at the next meeting, did I unmute? Oh, good, I did. Take notice at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move first reading of proposed bylaw U107, amending Schedule 1 of bylaw U100 respecting user changes, the charges, the purpose of which is to establish a permanent transit fare change for children 12 years of age and under and adopt several housekeeping changes.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Mr. Mayor, take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move first reading of proposed bylaw C-1002, amending bylaw C-1000, respecting charges for the resolution of inadequate water supply, the purpose of which is to include financing for on-site septic disposal systems and permit other types of water systems to be eligible for financing.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council 1, I intend to move that Council consider adopting by policy a revised public participation program purpose of which is to update the Regional Municipal Planning Strategy Review Engagement Strategy to respond to public health and safety requirements in light of COVID-19. And 2, I propose to move a motion to rescind Part 4 of the motion for item 15.1.1 from the February 25th, 2020 Regional Council meeting, which was to amend various terms of reference to establish advisory bodies to the planning process for the Regional Municipal Planning Strategy Review.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move amendments to Administrative Order 50 respecting the disposal of surplus real property, the purpose of which is to create a new affordable housing category, as well as minor housekeeping amendments respecting review of potentially surplus properties. And take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to move amendments to Administrative Order 29 respecting HRM civic addressing policies, the purpose of which is to approve 1, the naming of 13 new private lanes in Lower Sackville, head of St. Margaret's Bay, Cow Bay, Ship Harbour, Upper Tantallon, Wellington, Porters Lake, Herring Cove, Upper Hammonds Plains, Halifax, and Fall River. 2, the naming of 1 new public street in Dartmouth. 3, the renaming of Lawnwood Extension to Masquy Lane in Halifax. And 4, retiring of 2 private lane names, Nijinsky Lane in Hammonds Plains and Razor Lane in Lower Sackville.
Thank you, Councillor Arthur. Deputy Mayor Arthur.
Thank you, Mayor. Take notice that at the future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to 1, move first reading of the proposed bylaw P1202, amending bylaw P1200 respecting on-street parking permits, and 2, move amendments to Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit, and process fees, the purpose of which is to include changes to time limits for residential permit exemptions to include 1, 2, and 3 hour limits, consider a new daily contractor permit, and to give council or the CAO the authority to waive parking fees when it is to the benefit of the municipality.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, just want to remind folks who may be watching at home, or all of you, it was mentioned earlier about this light show at City Hall. It's kind of cool. It is available on the Halifax.ca website under Halifax Christmas tree lighting. If you can't get down to see it, I encourage you to go on. I love it, although if you can hear it, I'm getting a little bit used to it, and I'm worried about what comes after that by 9 o'clock tonight. So I think we will, just before we go in camera, colleagues, it is almost 5 o'clock. It's 5:15, 5:16. Do you want to take a break now, or do you want to plow through?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Cleary here. I just assumed we'd be taking a break. So if we don't, I will not be participating because I have to make my way back from City Hall on Quinfield Road to have dinner with my family because we have some other engagements this evening, or they have some other engagements this evening. So if we don't take a break, I'll see you guys at another meeting.
What is the general wish? I don't want to go too late into the evening. We've been at it.
I think we need to take a break, Mr. Mayor.
And I support a break.
I agree. I support a break.
Is it 5 minutes? Is it half an hour? This is kind of unusual. We're normally here.
Reconvene at 6.
I agree with Councillor Hensby, 6 o'clock.
First time.
Yeah, 6 is good.
What's that way?
I agree.
Never mind.
Well, first of all, somebody want to move that we go in camera?
I so move.
Moved, seconded.
Councillor Mason.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So now we're at 6 o'clock.
We'll reconvene at 6 o'clock in camera, which is a new room for us on the computer. 6 o'clock in camera. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye-bye.
See y'all later.
Yeah, you can go.